Sorry I'm late. Nothing was working today. All of my tech fucking broke. Like everything. I my desktop was having problems, my capture card was having problems, my laptop wouldn't play media. I tried. I just couldn't even get to fucking play a YouTube video, which is how I do my like smoke test that my full setup's working, like audio's passing through and everything. So I rebooted it. Couldn't because I had a bunch of apps open. Fine, whatever. Went and closed everything. Finally got it to reboot, and it hung like 5% in on the boot screen on macOS for approximately like 20 plus minutes. So most of the time I was late. What late was me waiting for my MacBook to boot. I've never had so many forces pushing me towards Linux in my fucking life. Interesting. Thank you for the cheer, Gusty Cube. I will take a look at this probably later. Oh yeah, I did already start this. I definitely want to look more into this. I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to. I've been like too busy to even call my fucking family. It's bad lately. Like I've never in my life been so fucking busy. And next week is our, well, I guess this week starting tomorrow is our launch week. So we got a lot of shit to ship. So much fucking going on. It's kind of crazy. Like even just like within my own apartment, I feel like the different sections of it are like 3 different lives I have to live right now. And then I check my phone and there's a 4th thing. It's like, holy fuck. We can't really encrypt messages because we have to send the unencrypted message to the provider anyways. So any encryption would just be constant decryption on every single thing. It's just like an unnecessary extra step because we would have to have the decryption keys anyways. There is no reasonable way for us to encrypt content where the plain text is valuable. It's not a note-taking app. It's a content like platform where the content is being distributed to different providers on demand. There is really no realistic way for us to do encryption other than to make everything way harder and still have to have the plain text constantly throughout. Yes, I have OpenClaw running. I use it for all the time. Or I use it all the time. Of course, we don't read anyone's chats. It's the database is super locked down. Like no one can touch it. Did he actually change the name? There's no way he did. Okay, good. Just making sure. The emergency is that OpenClaw got acquired. It's a big deal. It's in the thumbnail. Notepad vulnerability. Legendary. Actually legendary. Yes, I like things like this because it's like, for me, it's silly to put it this way. It's a very clear line between what I would call like Theo specific content versus Prime specific content. There's obviously a lot of things that exist between where we are that like both of us would cover. Like when OpenAI and Sam Altman did the open town hall thing, like we're both going to have our thoughts on that. We're both going to cover that. Something like a vulnerability in Notepad, I would argue squarely falls on his side of the world. And something like the nuances of the difference between Opus versus Codex, I would say squarely falls on my side of the world. There are like 5,000 people trying to do OpenClaw, but simpler. I mean, if you really want it, do it, but Yo, Yash with the resub. Thank you. I'll thank all the subs in a sec. We're still just like getting started. Things are a little chaotic. A little chaotic, putting it lightly, honestly. You arrive in SF and within the hour open claw gets bought. Yeah, we should hang tonight, Aiden. Make sure nothing else is on fire. Okay. I think we're good-ish. About as good as it's gonna get. Thank you, chat. Would have been the 5th rename. Also, hi. Hi, Claudio. Thanks for the support. Really appreciate that. Yeah, the Twitch mobile app is awful. I tried so hard to fix that, Josie. I swear I did. I built a whole new app from scratch at Twitch and pissed off the mobile team so much that I gave up and quit. We did try. We tried really hard. I did not mean to hit that hotkey. And now this is stuck in that group. Close group means I close the link. I fucking hate this extension. They hired Peter, but I have to clickbait it a bit. I will talk about all of the nuances of something like this in the video. Don't worry about it, Maple. No one cares. Sorry that I haven't gotten back to you about our planning, by the way. I lost my EA and have been going fucking mad. I'm just so behind. Like, ugh. I loved the first half, but I haven't gotten to finish it yet because I'm too fucking busy. I'm dying. I'm actually going mad. I have a lot. I've also been prepping a shitload of content for the like Opus versus Codex video. I've been going back and forth with both a ton. That's good to hear, Maple. Hope you're doing well. I installed Frosty, but I haven't had a chance to launch it yet. Again, no time. Yeah, I'm not worried about the open source part either. I'm doing okay, guys. Don't worry. I prefer the busyness. It's how I like to live, but like all of the things I'm doing are firing on all cylinders at the same time. And I lost a key employee. And now I have to hire a replacement for them, which is yet another thing. Oh, fuck. I forgot my tea. It's downstairs. Fuck me. Well, let's see if I can kick off a job or something before I go down. Code work. CTT3 chat. Get status. There's nothing here. Oh shit, Claudio under with the 10 bomb. Thank you so much for the gift subs, guys. Appreciate all the support. You know, Almadestia, my employee. I only had this employee for like 2-ish weeks. There's a long story behind that one. I'll eventually share in the future. It's the first time I've ever had an employee quit on me in my entire time employing people, and it was really rough. But yeah, we're doing our best to keep on top of things. Yeah, I need specifically like an in-person ops person plus EA. I have 5 candidates that I owe responses to. I just haven't even had the time. And no, T3 is not... I just full transparency, I was in talks with a couple places. We don't... I'm not more... like, there is no lab or place that I could see us at that I legitimately believe is more likely to succeed than we are. It's silly to put it that way, but like, let's just hypothetically say OpenAI bought us. If OpenAI buys us, best case, their equity like 3x's. So whatever equity we get going in times 3 is our maximum outcome. My company can theoretically 100 to 1,000x, and it could almost certainly 3x. So if we're looking at like long-term outcomes, what do I think is the best chance I and my team make it out well? I legitimately believe it is doing our thing. I see too many opportunities for us to make a real impact in the space, and the ability for us to like be acquired later doesn't go away if we keep grinding on it, as long as we don't raise at some crazy valuation. Yeah, I know Max is at OpenAI. They also have Naman. They have the guy who made styled components and the guy who made StyleX, both at OpenAI, which is crazy. Oh, I'll spoil some details about the coding app later, guys. I promise. Let me go grab my tea quick after I say hi and bye to YouTube chat again. Hi, guys. Yeah. I will be right back, I promise. Sorry again. Cool. Codex needs to push out their Windows app? Absolutely. And Zovi, you're not the Zovi from RPI, right? Just making sure. I know you're here a lot. Good, just making sure. How old am I? 31, or I turn 31 soon. Is opinion on new startups without investors yet optimizing for acquihire? I don't think acquihires get there by optimizing for it. I think acquihires get there by building something really cool and not getting enough users and the right company and conversation happening. But like the acquihires go best when you have a lot of friends at the company you're trying to get acquihired by. Like that's the only thing you should be optimizing for. It's too hot. Yes, I know Stipe. He's great. Let's do the offset marker before I forget. 2220. Probably don't need 15. 5. Offset is done. I didn't take any business classes. I just learned as I went. Learned a lot from YC, learned a lot from the internet. The S1 II is so fun. I am pumped that you snagged that. I have one. I need to use it more. I love that camera though. It's slightly more likely to overheat if I just leave it plugged in and on all the time like I do with this one. But yeah. An NC with a 25 bomb. God damn. Jesus Christ. You guys are nuts. Thank you all so much for the support. Let me thank all of the subs that you guys did while I was getting ready, and then we'll start filming videos because we got a lot to talk about today. Jesus Christ, you guys went crazy today. Black Rain with the 9 months. Appreciate that. Men Mickamen with the 20, or Men Mickamen with the Prime. Thank you for that. Gusty Cube with the tier 1, continuing the gift, and I believe he did more gifts. Oh no, he did the cheers. Shines Love here with the 23 months, almost at that 2-year mark. The name change was foreshadowing, especially because he called Sam to get permission. We got Eris here with the 5 months of support. Furman underscore with the 8 months. Dan Vale, the legend, 22 months in. Open Claw, just Moonshine White Claw. Wish. Mr. Warna here with the Prime. Darth Mini Mall with the continuing of the gift from NMG. Hope NMG's doing okay. We got Balalatro here with the 6 months. Always good to see you. The Skibbity Sam Altman guy. Goddamn. That one's going to haunt me forever, isn't it? Someone brought that up at an event recently. Like, that's how they knew me. I hated my FX30 so much, Frank. That camera black-pilled me from Sony ever again. Have our recommendations, Bluetooth with a mic, I'll answer all the questions in just a sec, guys. Keep your questions handy. We got Same Crazy here with the 2 months of Prime. We got Gusty Cube here with the cheer. Thank you for that before. But yeah, I'm very excited to see what you're building with your memory stuff. We got Malar here with the Prime. Nate Codes here at the 42 months. Been around for fucking ever. Yash here with the 32 months. Fucking legend. Thank you again for all of the work you've been doing. Check out the Enge channel on our Discord if you want to see what I've been cooking. I have a big PR up. We got Jason Dockton here. Didn't read yet who offered to buy, but you have already gotten offers on Lucid Memory. Damn, congrats. We should definitely catch up. NMG is here. Good day. Shit. Got work tonight, but still don't know how long you'll stay. Also, because the shower's in order. Got the project back up to speed. Understanding perspective on how Git is lacking when it comes to AI and vibe coding. Alice blog post should be coming this week. White Flash theme bug. Yeah, that was... I know the issue with that one. I kind of caused it, but it was because of an SSR thing. Amir, are you good? If that happens again, I'm going to have to ban you. Sorry, bud. No worries. Oh, you're working on LaTeX on the mobile app. God damn. We should sync on strats for that. It might be easier to just server render it and embed HTML or something, but we'll figure something out for that. Definitely want to keep thinking on it with you. Oh yeah, for headphones, if you care about audio quality, HDB 630 is the only option. But if you care about like mic quality and noise canceling and comfort more than the sound quality, you need to explore other options. Thank you, Eros 2000 with the Prime, Lag Bites with the Tier 1, Claudio Wonder with the 10 bomb. Thank you guys so much for the gifts, going crazy here. Jetpack Joe with the Prime, 17 months in. Matt Zess here with the 18 months of support. Glomar 93 with the Prime. Rug Slug here. Was it Peter or Openclaw? Technically it was Peter. We'll get to all that. Dylan's with the Tier 1. NCE with the 25 bomb. Fucking legend. You guys are going so crazy with the gifts today. Sense Milia with the Prime. Lachlan KM with the 5 months. Handyman 16 with the Prime. Priapple with the 8 months of support. Thanks for the content, boss. Anytime. Mo Bruno here with the Tier 1. Zovi with the cheer. Working on an agent manager app. Can it interact with different systems and be aware of the different environments? When I download FS2 and showed the system syncing, you've been impatiently waiting for me to release something. I realize that the UI is going to be just as hard, if not harder, than the CLI and like file sync part, which is why I'm going down the T3 code direction right now. I'll have a lot of updates after this coming week where we ship everything for T3 chat, but that's been my focus. Why aren't I building a native for the Codex app? I'll talk about this a lot, but the performance is fucking shit. HP ZBook Ultra is set up. Neri and CachyOS is great, but I have too many things I need to do on this specific computer that sadly have kept me on it for the time being. I do hope that will change soon, but I can't do the computer swap right now with everything going on. We got Gabe Duarte here with the 27 months. IT Hedgehog with the Prime. T-Chera 55 with the Prime. Y-Run here with the 3 months of support. Timsky with the Prime. Johnny with the Prime. Pamatic with the Prime. And on YouTube, we got a ton here. When will we get yearly T3 chat? Hopefully soon. Yeah, I got the T3.codes. I haven't even set it up yet. And I also got T3.dev, which was expensive. But those all point at the T3 code product when we have it ready. I missed this. Really busy past few months, been missing your streams. Got the lead role, so time to give back. Thank you so much. That is so kind. Congrats on the success. Well deserved. No funding I missed? Nope, just those. Thank you guys again so much. Yeah, yearly T3 subs coming eventually. And gifting for T3 chat as well. Definitely like very high up. We had to redo our billing layer, which is the big thing we just pushed. We just moved to autumn, which has been awesome overall. So that is why we had to do that before anything else, but now that that's done, things like gifting are way more viable than they were prior. So coming soon, hopefully. Rising Phoenix gifting a tier 3 sub to Maria. Fucking legend. Thank you for that. C24U2 with the Prime as well. You guys are crazy. Check messages. Send your messages. I send them again. I just have not been able to keep up because there's too much going on. Yeah, Shoe Dev is coming very soon. Hopefully as part of the launches next week, but it's not part of T3 chat, so it might have to wait one more week. I've not played with M- app specifically, but I've played a lot of with a lot of these like wrapper apps and not had a great time, go through proposals. I absolutely will. Good morning, Shivam. Thank you so much for the help. Shivam, proposals. Let's see what you got for me. Oh yeah, the article. The Discord stuff's crazy. State of JS, state of React should probably do. JavaScript daytime's huge. Intel desperate. I don't know if I have anything to add to that. Ooh. Yeah, the GitHub Actions one sounds fun. Specifying is the job now sounds really fun. I like that. Code's always been the easy part. It's fun. Chrome are spying on you. Yep. Should your company be open source? I think I have something like this somewhere. Best model. These are good. I want to sit and like look through the articles. I also love that you're making test thumbnails for it too. That's really, really cool. You're killing it, man. Okay. Yeah, because none of those are out yet. That's why they're 404s. I literally showed it was a 404 when I opened it. Yeah. So for what it is worth with the S12 overheating, they shipped a firmware update that seems to have stopped it entirely. Like I left it recording overnight as a test and had no problems. I don't know how they did that. But yeah, things are fucking chaotic. Okay, so yeah, the S12, I'm with you on all this. Thankfully, the 6K OpenGate and the in-body stabilization are both on the S5 IIX as well, but the S12 is a better photo camera. The S12 having the stacked sensor is insane. It's such a fucking good camera. Almost all of Sony or of Lumix's cameras are great now, but I'm pumped that you're liking the recommendation and that you're having a good time with it. That the S5 II made me fall in love with cameras again, and I'm happy the S12 is serving the same role. Can you get on the Notion? Ping me after stream. Everything's a little fucked because Ben is sick. I lost my EA. FaZe had his internet go down temporarily. We're buying him a second line just to make sure we don't have to deal with that in the future. Like, this was one of those, like, everything that can go wrong will twice months. Yeah, it was fine. Like, it worked out. And God bless you, FaZe, for making it work out and making sure we had everything we needed. Yeah, the S5 IIX is such an insanely good camera for the money, especially if you get it, like, refurbed. Make sure I don't leak my address when I go to eBay. I'm not. Yeah, like the fact you can get like one of the best cameras ever made. That's like the camera I film all of my content on for $1,750 is stupid. And if you switch to the S5 II, the non-X, all you lose is the USB-C SSD recording, and you can get it for fucking $1,300. It's the exact same sensor, exact same camera for under $2,000 with the lens is absurd. That is absurd. I love the Lens Alliance. L-mount is an awesome thing. Will T3 code be included in T3 chat? No, they are entirely unrelated, and we don't intend to charge for T3 code for a while. Lumix autofocus. Oh, you guys are going to nerd snipe me so hard on this shit. I need to be talking about other things, but I'll just let me nerd out about cameras a little bit, guys. It's like my favorite thing in the world. Give me like 3 minutes of this, and then we'll do everything else, I promise. The Lumix autofocus is not as good as Sony's. I will not pretend otherwise. I would say Sony's autofocus is a 9 out of 10, and Lumix's used to be like a 3 out of 10. The S5 II was their first phase auto detect camera that had a different method for autofocus that worked significantly better. I personally find for faces, it is slightly better than Sony, but for objects, it is still meaningfully worse. So if you're trying to like do a top-down shot of something like that you're doing a review of, like an unboxing type thing, Sony's definitely worse. For making sure it focuses on my face and not like accidentally focusing on the mic in front of my face, which my Sony would do all the time, I have a much better time with the Lumix. So for what I do and for this type of content creation where it's focused on me as a human in front of the camera, Lumix is just objectively a better system. But for the general use case of like being able to film anything and be confident it will stay focused, you're going to do so much better with the Lumix. Like, it's so much better. Also, Sony has some cameras that are good at photography, but like they're in a weird state. I also hate the Sony color science so much. The only thing that Sony has is autofocus on non-human targets, in my opinion. Everything else they are far behind on. If you do any video at all, especially handheld video, you basically have to get the Lumix because the IBIS is so good. So yeah, you heard my rant. I will never buy a Sony camera unless I like have very, very specific needs. Fuji's awesome for photos. Their color science is crazy, but like it is a photo camera and it doesn't make sense as your main camera. Fuji's like a hobbyist camera. It's a great second or third camera, but if it's your main camera, highly recommend the S1 II, the S5 II. The A7S III is... I wish the A7S III would get its sequel. It really deserves it. The FX3 is fine. The FX30 is a garbage camera. Sorry, guys. I'm just such a nerd about this. What did I miss on YouTube chat? Yeah, I love Canon Color as well. Yeah, the coding app. You know what? I'll let you guys see a preview. Why not? CD, TV code. Bun run dev. Oh, get Paul. Bun run dev desktop. I might have to bun install some stuff. Julius has been grinding hard on it, so every time I touch it, there's a bunch of new things. Here we are. T3 code. We are building our own wrapper for the CLIs. It does not bring your own key. It relies fully on your local instance of Codex and eventually Claude Code. I was running into enough issues with the Codex desktop app, as well as the fact that it doesn't support Linux and is unlikely to support Linux, that I wanted my own thing. Don't share about this anywhere, guys. You're all here on stream, so I'm giving you early previews of it. All fucking 1,800 of you on YouTube and the 1,000-ish, okay, 700 of you on Twitch. So don't spoil this, all 2,400 to 2,500 of you guys. It'll be open source. It'll use your existing subs. It won't cost a thing. And it is the starting point for some very, very fun things that we want to build in. Initially, it will just be a somewhat crappy open source clone of the Codex app. But that is the base point we need to do the other things I really want to do. So, coming very soon. Obviously, we have like all the hotkeys working. What do I need to finish before we can launch this product? I'm working on Shoe, and I've been building Shoe with this app. No, did I break the scroll again? I've been fighting scroll the whole time. You'd think I would have this figured out after T3 chat, but yeah, it's always a challenge. Cool. Enjoy the spoilers, chat. Remember, tight-lipped. What's funny is I was actually working on this before I got the early access to Codex because I knew I liked the pattern so much. Then I got Codex, like, this is good enough. I don't need to build it anymore. Kept using Codex, like, this isn't quite good enough yet. A lot of people are speculating around the choice of Electron, and I understand. I've evaluated all of the options. I did build this initially natively in Xcode with Swift and AppKit. I tried Swift UI and it was not viable at all. So I switched over to AppKit, which seemed kind of viable, but like, getting it working right was impossible. Just like getting text scrolling to work well was beyond a challenge. And Tori, I also explored. I like a lot of pieces of Tori's DX more than Electron. There are problems though. And funny enough, the problems are coming up in the replies almost immediately. You can't say you want it in Tori and that you want it on Linux, because the Linux web view that is built in, because Tori doesn't bundle a web view, Tori uses the web view for your platform. The web views on Linux platforms are fucking garbage. They like barely work at all. I would rather have an app that is 300 megs and runs great on every platform than an app that is 20 megs and barely runs on Linux. It just doesn't make sense at all. I also see people asking about OpenCode. I understand. I love the OpenCode guys. We'll probably even support OpenCode as a provider in T3 code. My issue with OpenCode is that it is the OpenCode harness. It is not using the Claude Code or Codex harness. And I like those harnesses. They are good. I want this to be just a UI for the best existing tools. And this will be a branding challenge too, like positioning us against OpenCode when people are confused, like what is the difference? We are a UI on top of existing CLIs and harnesses. They are an alternative harness with its own alternative UI. Because people seem to think the model they pick is the experience they get, but like Opus means something different in OpenCode, in Claude Code, and in Cursor. This also means we'll never have to risk being locked out like OpenCode was with the Claude Code plan. Using Prime Nomenclature, T3 code's the Shaman Manager and OpenCode's the Shaman. I like that. Yeah, we'll absolutely pull you in NMG. I might have you do, like, if you'd be down NMG to do a paid audit on Shoe, I would love that. If you want to just do a hunt through and make sure we're not missing anything obvious. Hit me up post-stream if you're down. I was not that impressed with Minimax 2.5, and I didn't want to do a video that was like just mid or negative, so I chose to not. But yeah, potentially more near future. The GitHub Copilot has a CLI now, right? But yeah, if you only have GitHub Copilot, like we're not building for you. Like if you're not already spending $200 or more on one of the subs, we're probably not the best solution. But that's like, we're building, to be very clear, we're building T3 code for us. Julius and I have so many problems with all of the existing UIs that we decided to build this despite Mark not necessarily being on board initially. We did this because we wanted it, and it's gone way further than we expected it to. And now we've decided we want to release it as open source. The parallelism and work tree stuff that we have in mind is going to be different. I have some very fun plans there I don't want to spoil, because if I do, someone will beat us to it. Good video you saw today. What do you got for me? Oh, Lewis is great. I will definitely watch this later. Yeah, I also want this on my Linux computers. That's a big part of why I'm doing it. Yeah, and React Native doesn't make sense either, because it's like the native rendering platform is the problem for a lot of this. Also, look at this. Still going, still running great. Switch between projects, switch between everything fine. One architecture piece that I'll spoil a bit of before we go film actual videos. Sorry again for starting the stream with all this stuff that matters more to me than most of you guys. The architecture change here that makes us so different from alternatives is that instead of having the app directly wrapping the CLIs or directly calling the harness, I guess it's a little closer to OpenCode's model, where the harness is wrapped with a server-side TypeScript shell, and that shell provides a WebSocket server that the client can use. Which means, hypothetically speaking, the UI does not need to be tied to the same machine that you're running the harnesses on. So if, I don't know, maybe you wanted to like run the harness on your Mac Mini somewhere on your network, and run the UI on a different computer. So you could just like close it and open it and it's fine. Just saying. Got some fun things coming. A lot of fun plans with this. Will it work with WSL2? Absolutely. Anything that can host or anything that can like run, and the package will be, okay, last spoiler. The way you will run this for the first time is you go to your terminal and you'll type npx t3 and this will run. And you can run it on anything. So anything that can run Node will be able to host this. Resources to learn how to build a great chat experience. Struggling. I am sorry, I don't have a quick answer to that. And it's a tough resource to build because the number of people who need it is relatively low. And the value of it's relatively high. And I wouldn't want to charge how much that would be worth. Good description of shoe. Lightweight off for throwaway projects. That's absolutely what we're going for with it. I thank all the other people I missed while we were doing that. We got C24U2 with the Prime, Neuro Wrangler with the Prime, Ezuckwist with the Prime, Zocker with the Prime for 3 months. Prime sub expired and instantly get an ad for Twitch Turbo. Yep. Miss Evelyn Lilly with the Tier 3 Legend for 20 months. Appreciate that. Lila with a 5 bomb I missed earlier. Sorry for missing that. Thank you. Lila. Hopefully got that right. Let me know if I got it wrong. We got Onyx with the Tier 1. 89 Matthias with the Prime. And TWT with the Prime for 11 months. Day 1, switching to T3 code. If you can start a session on your computer, continue it on the phone, and carry it back at the computer. Won't have that day 1, but this is the hope we're going for sure. Cut you while releasing. Ooh. Interesting. Good shit. Congrats on the launch. Well, we got a shitload to talk about today. So to be clear, T3, the package has not been published yet, but I do have it, and I do have things ready for it, but we're not there yet. Enjoy the spoilers, chat. How much feedback do we plan to take? A lot, but also, like, we're building this for Julius and me right now. We want to solve our problems, and we definitely won't get distracted by that. 5 for Vivaldi. Is this the thing that makes it look like Arc? Yeah. I did set this up on my Mac before. It was decent. I have it starred still. But I'm happy enough with Helium and Zen now that I'm dealing with them. Zen's really good minus the Firefox portion, and Helium is really good minus the sidebar missing. I tried ACP, and it is such a fucking disaster. Funny enough, I'm literally wearing a Zen shirt right now. ACP is just not far along enough, and I feel like a lot of our competitors are getting lost trying to support that instead of just like do the hacks necessary to use the CLIs as they're built. Thank you. It is Apache for the 4 months of support, as well as JBB with the Prime. Let's get started with the video. OpenClaw was bought. Label. Priority. Future of TypeScript we should probably do today. Mid-pry, not high-pry. Let me remove that label. I had another thing I wanted to put in here. Oh, let me... I need to find the right branding for this, but I guess it's the problem with cursor, Claude code, and codex. And the framing for this one is they bet on AI too early and slopified themselves. Rate of slopification per model is the angle I want to go with for that. I just have this like thesis right now that everybody who bet on vibe coding and AI code too early has kind of vibe coded themselves into a corner where a lot of the things it did were just, I don't know how to put it. Like, it's hard to explain this point. It's like, if you used Sonnet 3.5 to write all your code, you're in a slot, or you're in absolute slop right now. So people who bet on this stuff too early have to dig themselves out of the hole, and it's faster to start from scratch. And I kind of want to do a video about this. Ooh, this looks good. Good share. I'll play with that. And what's the banger from Prime? Claude bot. Okay, that's good. We'll save that for this. Let's get our links up. I saw that you did Codex on the AR. I didn't respond because there's too much going on. I will actually probably install that post-stream on my Linux box. More coming soon. Okay, cool. We have everything we need for this one. Let's start it. Alt-Shift-X, you are correct. Good call. Thank you, Pranch, as always. Marker, open, claw, got, bot. What you guys got for me? Unlikely that's true, but yeah. I listened to most of the podcast, but we should definitely grab clips from it. Let's just start. Man, things move so fast in the AI world, it's kind of crazy. It feels like just last week, OpenClaw had to be renamed from its original name, ClaudeBot, because of a lawsuit from... retake on that. Things move absurdly fast in the AI world. It's even getting to me at this point. It feels like just last week, we saw OpenClaw getting renamed from ClaudeBot because Anthropic was upset. Wait, that literally was last week. So why are we here now? Things got crazier, that's why. OpenAI just bought Pete, effectively buying OpenClaw. To be clear, OpenClaw is now... To be very clear, OpenClaw isn't now part of OpenAI. It is now being maintained by OpenAI, not in the sense that it's their project, but they hired Pete to work on it full-time and run the org... retake on this bit. Yeah. Peter's now joining OpenAI to work on... Peter's now joining OpenAI to work on OpenClaw full-time. This is huge. To be clear, normally I'd save the fun details for later on, but I think it's important to know, so I don't get accused of clickbait. OpenClaw will live in a foundation as an open source project that OpenAI will continue to support. So again, to be clear, OpenClaw is its own separate thing that exists outside of OpenAI, but is now being largely funded by them. This has a lot of potential implications. This is a ton of implications for the entire industry, seeing a vibe-coded side project getting pulled into OpenAI in this way. It says a lot about how everyone's thinking, from OpenAI to Anthropic to open source builders like Pete himself. And of course, there is that legendary... And of course, there's the Lex Friedman interview where a lot of this was touched on in such a way that we can dig into the details. Things like, how much money was Peter paid? What other companies were interested? And why did he not go with Meta, who was also very interested? There's a ton to dive into here, and as always, none of these companies are paying me. I want to cover this to the best of my ability, but since I didn't just get bought by OpenAI, someone's got to cover the bills. We're going to take a quick break for today's sponsor. In order for any of this to make sense, we probably need to cover the timeline quick. I should have done a Claudebot video forever ago. I did do the Moltbook one, which I know y'all loved, but Claudebot's changing so fast that it's hard to cover because it almost feels like by the time I filmed the video, the names changed twice. The way the setup works is entirely different, and you got to go a very different direction with it. So that's why I haven't talked about it too in depth, but believe me, I have been using it. Not for like really big projects, but for lots of small one-off things. For example, a common thing I do is archive videos. If there's a video I see on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, or something like... Actually, before we even get there, I just caught myself describing how I use Claudebot and remembered a lot of you guys might not know about it yet. Claudebot, now known as OpenClaw, is the AI that actually does things. What that means is you set it up on a computer, probably one on your own network that's an actual PC you own, rather than something that you'd put in the cloud, and you give it access to things. Everything from your iMessage to your Gmail in my case, it has access to my NAS, which is my local network storage that I keep a lot of data, media, and things I do content about on. OpenClaw has quickly become... The magic of OpenClaw is that it can do basically anything you can do on your computer, and since it's given pretty absurd levels of access to your machine, there's a lot of fun to be had with it. Also, a lot of danger. The skills system can do basically anything, but that means you have real risks. I've had friends accidentally send me 10,000 texts because they set up OpenClaw incorrectly, or even if they set it up correctly, it went a little bit rogue and started spamming me incorrectly. These things happen with it. They're also now partnering with VirusTotal and other similar safety-based companies to try and figure out how to make it as safe as possible. But the nature of OpenClaw is that, like, the difference from like running in normal mode in Claude code where you approve every change to running in dangerously skip permissions, that gap again is how you get to OpenClaw, where you're literally just letting it do anything it wants. And there's a reason people love this so much. It is magical to just send a message to your bot via Telegram or there's a reason people love this. Once it's set up, you just talk to it through WhatsApp, Telegram, or anything. It almost feels like you're telling your computer what to do remotely. It is really cool, but it's also very dangerous. But the feeling of letting your computer be controlled this way is powerful, which is why OpenClaw is now the fastest growing GitHub project of all time. It now has more stars than Next.js, and it got there in a bit over a month. Wild. It's beating out Kubernetes, it's beating out Vite, it's beating out Bun. It's over halfway the way to React's stars on GitHub. Pretty nuts. Trying to find any of the posts that had... Oh, here we are. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. I was also lucky enough to interview Pete, the creator of Claudebot. I was also lucky enough to interview Pete, the creator of OpenClaw, at the first ever ClawCon in the city just a few weeks ago. It's crazy this was on the 4th, and it's now the 15th. It's been 11 days, and this has all happened in that time. In this interview we did, Pete called me his first fan, which is such a high honor. I've been a huge fan of his work since the old PSPDF kit days, which is his previous project before retiring for a bit and then coming back for all of this. But when I saw the way he thought about AI code, I was really impressed. This might be the GitHub page that has come up the most in my videos recently. Do you see the number of insane projects this guy is working on? This is because he's found the right ways to use these AI tools to be productive. But unlike most of us that just let these projects die on our computer, he actually ships. And that's why OpenClaw happened. People seem to think like, oh, you could have been the one to invent OpenClaw. Yeah, you could have if you rolled the dice this many times first. You got to be realistic about it. Like, he got here because he built a ton of awesome stuff and also documented the way he thought about building. Pete is the real story here. OpenClaw is awesome, but Pete's way of building is even more awesome. Yeah. He has so many pro tips, many of which I'm still working on internalizing, like the way he handles multiple projects, the fact that instead of doing multiple things in the same project at the same time, he uses the queuing feature heavily. He never reverts or uses checkpointing. He always just commits straight to main. All of his ways of building are fascinating, but they're so powerful once you lean into them. Like, this is the chaos of how he works at home. All of these terminals, all running codecs, to be clear. He does like Opus as a general purpose model, but not as a daily driver for coding. He's a big codecs guy. He beat us all to it. He's the reason I started using it more heavily too. So credit where it's due. He was way ahead of the curve with a lot of these things and more, which is a big part of why he could figure something like Claudebot out. He was pushing the limits of these models. A lot of that came from the fact that he had a 5-year hiatus before getting more into this AI code stuff. He built a business that was making it easier to manage PDFs on iOS. That went really well. He sold the shares, retired for a few years, like 5+, where he said he barely even used a computer. And then when he came back, he got to skip the whole Copilot era. He got to skip the autocomplete era. He got to skip all of that and come in right as the models were getting really good and was more willing to lean into it than most. And that's how you got where he did. And Claudebot was meant to be a small one-off thing. It was originally a wrapper for using Claude Code via WhatsApp, so he could control a bit of his computer over a WhatsApp DM. And it went way further than he expected. Someone filed the Discord PR to add support there. He decided to make it a little more generic and support more different things. And Claudebot has just went absurdly far since. Then the expected happened. Then everyone's favorite comes in, Anthropic. You'd think that since Claudebot is leaning so heavily into Claude, because even this guy, Pete, who loves the codex models, prefers using Claude models, prefers using Opus for Claudebot. You'd think Anthropic would be hyped. But the first contact he got from Anthropic was not from Anthropic like employees, it was from Anthropic's lawyers, because they saw this as a violation of their trademark. Not only did Anthropic push really hard to make him move the name and stop using Claude, even though it's spelt differently and is clearly not Anthropic, they made him give them the domains. So when he changed names, which he had to do very quickly, in fact, I should probably include the temp name here, Moltbot, he was pressured, he was so pressured that he had to rush out the release to change it over to Moltbot. Had a lot of the Claudebot like handles and things get sniped under him as a result too. All because Anthropic was putting the pressure on, saying, you need to change this now. This is kind of Anthropic's MO though. Like, we'll talk more about Anthropic versus OpenAI and why one would pick OpenAI, but remember this, Anthropic's lawyers were the ones he was talking to. So he renames the Moltbot. He doesn't love the name. It was just the first thing he had that was available in multiple places. Went, okay. But then he snagged OpenClaw. At this point, he had connections with everybody at Twitter, on GitHub, and things like that, so he could do the handle swap a little more smoothly. And then he did a bold thing. He called Sam Altman to ask about the name. He wanted to make sure that OpenAI would be okay with the OpenClaw name. They were. And I suspect that the talking did not stop there, that it continued since, which would make this last step make a lot more sense. Peter Steinberger is joining OpenAI to drive the next generation of personal agents. He's a genius with a lot of amazing ideas about the future of very smart agents interacting with each other to do very useful things for people. We expect this will quickly become core to our product offerings. OpenClaw will live in a foundation as an open source project that OpenAI will continue to support. The future is going to be extremely multi-agent, and it's important to us to support open source as a part of that. Huge. So let's talk about why he would go to OpenAI. I haven't read his official announcement post yet. We'll do that after, so make sure you stick around so we can see this. But first, I want to talk about my theories. The options, like the realistic ones, were Anthropic, OpenAI, and Meta. I'm going to focus more so on these two for now. We'll talk about Meta in a bit. Another important thing to know is that Pete doesn't really need money. He's been comfortably funding all of the dev server costs, all of the everything for OpenClaw for a bit. I think he was at like $12K a month or so. Yeah, sorry, you guys are sending a lot of things. I'll save that. Another copy paste this. Yeah. So Pete doesn't need the money. We've established that. He had his exit from his previous startup. He was funding everything fine. So this isn't just about like who will pay more, who will buy the thing for more, because he also doesn't want to sell it. He's looking for as much stability as possible going forward. If he's part of something like, if he's part of something like OpenAI or Anthropic, then the legal chaos when one of these companies, I won't say which, starts sending love letters from legal to him, that happens because that type of thing is really stressful, and he doesn't want to deal with it. This is one of the best benefits of working at a company. There are so many things you don't have to deal with. You don't have to manage payroll. You don't have to worry about equity management and like how people are getting paid and what their compensation looks like. You don't have to worry about having and retaining a legal team for when shit like this occurs. OpenAI is able to provide a lot of the comfort that you would need to comfortably work on a thing like this. It also means you don't have to worry about hundreds of investors coming in trying to get you to start a company or make a foundation or join another company and sell it or all of those things. It reduces all of the problem area and lets him do what he wants, which is lock in and build the thing. So let's talk a bit about other differences with Anthropic and OpenAI. The first thing that stands out to me is some of their open source philosophy. OpenAI has fully open sourced the Codex CLI, and not just like traditional open source, like source available or even just MIT. It is Apache license, so you can do whatever you want to it. Versus Anthropic, who has sent more DMCA requests than any other company on GitHub. Anthropic accidentally included the source maps inside of Claude Code in an early release, and everybody who published those publicly available source maps got DMCA'd by Anthropic and had the repos removed from GitHub. Traditionally, it is impossible to reverse a publication on NPM. Once it is published, it's there forever because people might depend on it because it's included in dependency trees. One of the dozen or so times ever we've had a package fully removed for a reason other than malware was this. Thankfully, GitHub makes all of their DMCA requests public, so you can go see a lot of these here. I definitely thought it was more than this, but they usually link a ton of different repos for every report. GitHub now auto-blocks them. It was a big deal. I've seen so many people get hit with the DMCAs from Anthropic for publishing source code that they publish themselves. So, one example here. Then there is how they handle potential trademark and naming disputes. Actually, we'll do that one right next. Then we have how they treat the subscriptions that they provide. So Anthropic has the $200 a month Claude Code sub, and OpenAI has the $200 a month Codex sub. It's like OpenAI Pro Plus or whatever, but you can use it for Codex. Is what I'm using for Codex. Anthropic's stance on this is that subs are only for their software, hard ban otherwise. I've seen so many people posting that their Claude Code account got banned because they did anything other than using the Claude Code CLI. They even hard-coded open code as a banned term. So if any of your headers when you're using the Claude Code sub mention open code, it just rejects at the API endpoint now, which is insane. Whereas OpenAI contributes to open code and other harnesses with help Whereas OpenAI contributes to open code and other harnesses and has helped them set up Codex subscriptions within those harnesses. So you can use your open code sub in things, so you can use your OpenAI Codex sub in things like open code or even in GitHub Copilot. Yeah. Anthropic really wants to treat the sub as a way to be locked into their product, not just a way to access their models for a discount. OpenAI is taking the opportunity to make their models and their subscription service way more appealing by not locking you into their stuff. You're hopefully noticing a pattern here. OpenAI keeps picking up the opportunities that Anthropic is dropping. Anthropic does something shitty around source code. OpenAI releases theirs fully open. Anthropic does something shitty with their subscriptions. OpenAI helps out competitors with using their subscriptions so that they can come out on top. And now we get to today's thing. There is also the open source angles from these companies as a whole. OpenAI has open sourced a ton of stuff, especially lately. They have their open weight models. They have the Harmony response format. They now have the full responses API format that is open source as well, that I hope more and more people adopt as an open standard. Anthropic has MCP, and they bought Bun. That's about it. And now we have what we're all here for today. Anthropic contacted Claudebot via lawyers, whereas OpenAI, whereas with OpenAI, Pete has Sam's phone number. Hopefully you see why one of these is a much more obvious choice. More fun points that are worth calling out. Anthropic is the only company that's unwilling to standardize on things like the agentMD file and a standard way to hold skills for your agents, where everything has to be the Claude file or the Claude directory. To this day, in a handful of my projects, I have to symlink Claude.md to agentsmd so this one thing can continue to handle things its way. Whereas with OpenAI, they are now moving everything to agentsmd, which is great. So with this all in mind, as well as the fact that he finds OpenAI's code models to be better at coding than Anthropic's models that are focused on coding, makes a lot of sense why OpenAI would be the position that he wants to be in and the place he wants to go. This is a company that was threatening his mere existence. This is a company that is meaningfully encouraging his growth and success. Hopefully you guys are all starting to see a little bit of why I've been so harsh on Anthropic and so kind to OpenAI. OpenAI feels like a much better player in the space. I have not gotten bad vibes from them in all of the time I've interacted with them. Half the time I interact with Anthropic, something weird is going on. Even when I'm talking to employees that are like, yeah, this sucks, it's just how we do it. Yeah, I've been saying Anthropic's bad faith for a while, and I'm happy people are finally catching on to this fact. Like, it sucks because they have great models, they have great culture, they have a great team, but they are just their head is just too deep up their own fucking ass to do the right thing. And OpenAI is more than happy to take that opportunity. And they certainly are. Yeah. Someone just linked this video from 6 months ago. Anthropic has weird vibes. I got flamed for this one. If I hop over to the analytics, I'll show you guys the like to dislike ratio. Where is it? I even showed here. Yeah. When I talked about this 6 months ago, 70% likes, which means 30% dislikes, when my channel average is 95%. People were so mad at me for daring to speak up against our benevolent saviors at Anthropic. Thankfully, you're all over it because I was fucking right. But goddamn, like Anthropic's behavior has gotten so much worse. And I warned you all. I'm so thankful people are listening and noticing it now. But I was fully correct on that. And I stand behind every fucking word. Yeah, cool. Anthropic is going to kill themselves if they don't get over their shit and start behaving kindly in the space. And as always, you guys can take my advice. I'm not far from the office. I'm happy to come in and explain how to fix this. You open source Claude code. You stop being weird on fucking Twitter. And you acknowledge the fact that other models exist and are decent. It's not that hard. It's really not. Also, stop with the canceling of access. People bring this up in chat. Also fair. It is so strange that Anthropic goes out of their way to cancel access to their models from other companies they see as competitors. Everyone from Windsurf to OpenAI to XAI, just for like running benchmarks even. Like OpenAI cannot run benchmarks against Anthropic models because they're banned from using them. Meanwhile, I know a ton of Anthropic employees that personally maintain the $200 a month Codex sub and use it. It's insane. It's actually fucking insane. Yeah, so Anthropic was never an option here. OpenAI was clearly a better choice for Pete, but they were not the only choice. Meta was too. And Meta has their own benefits. Open source models, open source lineage, I would argue, where so much of Meta's work has been open source for a while. Huge projects like React and React Native that they've maintained forever now. Super important. They've been really good about that overall. I would be surprised if it wasn't the case that Meta was willing to pay more, especially after seeing some of the crazy acquisitions that Meta has made. But chances are this really just came down to vibes, and Pete had much better vibes from OpenAI. And I can say, personally speaking, the vibes at OpenAI are great. Like, I know it doesn't seem that externally, and I understand how jarring it is to see the difference between, like, the weird things that OpenAI has said on their Twitter account and the many misinterpretations of what Sam has said on Twitter, and the jarring gap between that and the perspective most people have to, like, how I and the others who have worked with and got early access to OpenAI stuff feel. They're just so real. I've never had a conversation with an OpenAI employee that felt like they were hiding something from me or there was something that they would get in trouble if they said. I've had many an OpenAI employee say something that I would expect to have gotten them in trouble at almost any other company, to the point where it shocked me. I once had a point where I thought an OpenAI employee's Twitter account was hacked because they were being so upfront with me about stuff over Twitter. They're really, really good about this. Being transparent with the people who cover your shit and use your shit publicly is such a huge win. Anthropic does not do that at all. So many teeth had to be pulled, or so many strings had to be pulled to get me a little bit of early access to some Claude Code stuff. Whereas OpenAI treats their collaborators great, be it as a business customer or as a business customer or as a public representative, or in this case, a potential collaborator like Pete. OpenAI treats people well. And as always, we got the stupid comments. Bro is paid by OpenAI. Here's what we're going to do. Why can't I ban him? Is he already banned? Somebody beat me to it. Rip. Yeah, FaZe, I was going to do the ban, but yeah. To anyone who thinks... No worries, yeah. To anybody who thinks that I am actually being paid by OpenAI, here's the deal. I'll make this easy for you. Prove it. If you do, I will pay you every single cent OpenAI has paid me. And if you don't, all I will charge you is 1 month of my OpenAI fees on the OpenAI API. I currently pay OpenAI between $20,000 and $50,000 a month. They have paid me $0. I refused the single offer they gave me of a $1,000 appearance fee for a video. I declined it. OpenAI has never sent a cent to any of my bank accounts. If you can prove otherwise, not only are you going to get all of that money for yourself, I'm also going to go to jail because it's against the law. The reality is honestly kind of funnier. I'm nice to OpenAI because OpenAI is nice to me. I say nice things about OpenAI's products because OpenAI's products are good. I also talk shit on OpenAI's products when I don't think they're that good. I talked a lot of shit I talk so much shit on Atlas that it's crazy to me anyone would say that I'm being paid. Like, it's actually absurd. But yeah, OpenAI is genuinely a great collaborator. I've had an awesome time working with them. They've been really transparent, really thorough, really kind. Just stupid things like, I want my team to have early access to so we can evaluate stuff together. So I just DM them and they do it. It's silly that this matters so much, but it does. They are nice to interact with. And in the end, that is what ends up mattering. Everyone's going to overanalyze things like, how much money is this worth? How much opportunity, everybody's going to overanalyze things like, what's the strategy? How much money is this work? Why does he go here? Does he think the models are that much better? He's going to get paid more, that the long term he's going to have a higher return? No, none of that is why he made the decision he made. He made the decision because he wants to go somewhere that people will be out of his way and he can work on the things he's excited about. This isn't a company that is just paying him, and the place you work is more than the place that pays you. This is the culture you live within, especially if you're one of those people that likes to work 10-hour days, 6 days a week. You want to be the place where you have the best vibes. And OpenAI, of the options he had, has by far the best vibes. So let's see what Pete had to say. Because again, remember, all of this was my speculation. I have a feeling that we'll be aligned here because Pete's now become a decently close friend. I love this man to death. I'm so hyped for everything he has been doing. Let's see what he has to say. I'm joining OpenAI to work on bringing agents to everyone. OpenClaw will move to a foundation and stay open and independent. This is interesting. This seems to imply that his role at OpenAI won't just be OpenClaw. It is likely he will be building something like OpenClaw internally for OpenAI that will eventually become its own product. That is how I read this to an extent. I'm sure he'll still help with it a lot, but interesting. The last month was a whirlwind. Never would I have expected that my playground project would create such waves. The internet got weird again, and it's been incredibly fun to see how my work inspired so many people around the world. There's an endless array of possibilities that opened up for me. Countless people trying to push me into various directions, giving me advice, asking how they can invest, or what I will do. Saying it's overwhelming is an understatement. Having talked to him during this time, can confirm, poor guy was going through it. When I started exploring AI, my goal was to have fun and inspire people. And here we are, the lobster is taking over the world. My next mission is to build an agent that even my mom can use. That'll need much broader change, a lot more thought on how to do it safely, and access to the very latest models and research. Okay, so he is going to build something different, confirmed. Yes, I could totally see how OpenClaw could become a huge company. And no, it's not really exciting for me. I'm a builder at heart. I did the whole creating a company game already, poured 13 years of my life into it, and learned a lot. What I want is to change the world, not to build a large company, and teaming up with OpenAI is the fastest way to bring this to everyone. Yep, there it is, the key. His goal was not to build this giant, as someone who's also running a company, it fucking sucks. You'll never have less freedom than you do when running a business. Everyone seems to think becoming a CEO of a venture-backed company means you get all of the freedom in the world. They're lying to you. Every minute of every day, I am not doing things I should be that I'm obligated to do. And I'm holding back my team and I'm screwing over my investors. And it sucks. And I work really hard to balance it out by getting us the best distribution in the world and doing everything I can to make the business successful. Running a company is fucking exhausting, especially when you'd rather run a product. I spent last week in San Francisco talking with the major labs, getting access to people and Pete spent the last week in San Francisco talking with the major labs, getting access to people and unreleased research, and it's been inspiring on all fronts. He wants to thank the folks that he talked to this week, and he's thankful for the opportunities. It's always been important to him that OpenClaw stays open source and is given the freedom to flourish. Ultimately, he felt that OpenAI was the best place to continue pushing his vision and expanding its reach. The more he talked to the people there, the clearer it became that they both shared the same vision. The community around OpenClaw is something magical, and OpenAI has made strong commitments to enable him to dedicate his time to it and already sponsors the project. To get this into a proper structure, he's working on making it a foundation. It will stay a place for thinkers, hackers, and people that want a way to own their data with the goal of supporting even more models and companies. Personally, he's excited to join OpenAI, be part of the frontier of AI research and development, and continue building with all of us. The claw is the law, with a photo from the OpenClaw meetup. So cool. Confirms a lot of the things I was thinking. Crazy to think that he's going to be building something different now. But I'm so excited to see what that is. To anybody who feels like engineering is dead or that like the future is just these small number of big companies running everything, I hope this helps prove the opposite. OpenClaw was so big that the labs couldn't clone it. They couldn't just do their own alternative. They couldn't kill it, even though, believe me, Anthropic definitely tried. The movements that are created by these tools are still bigger than the companies building them. And Claudebot, well, OpenClaw, had taken a life of its own and went so far that OpenAI had to pay him what is almost certainly a crazy salary with crazy equity in order to go there to build what could very well be the future of how people interact with AI. This is yet another bet this is just another bet for OpenAI. They have a bunch of these different bets. This one is big, but this one is another bet. I'm so excited to see where it goes. I'm excited to see where it goes, but more importantly, I'm just excited to see Pete win. This is somebody who showed up late, didn't let that slow him down. If anything, it sped him up. And as a result, he got to build incredible things. He didn't let anything get in his way. I've never seen somebody who was so consistently able to just fix the thing and ship the thing. And if anyone deserves to win in this space, it is Pete. He has set a phenomenal example for future builders and future inspired developers in this crazy AI-driven world. And I hope I really do hope this story can inspire some hope in all of you. In the end, nothing matters more than what you ship and how you show it off. So keep building cool shit, and maybe, just maybe, you'll get to change the world like Peter did. This was such a cool story, and I'm thankful I got to be part of it, as small as my part was. Shout out to Peter one last shout out to Peter for all he has done. It's so cool to see this win. And until next time, keep playing with Claudebot, and maybe, just maybe, compromise your network to see what the future looks like. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Marker. End of OpenClaw rant. Marker extras for OpenClaw. I have a couple additional things I want to sneak in for this that I forgot. Fuck, there was another part of the comparison. Fuck, I was thinking of this, like, as I did another time, just like, oh, this is such a good example of how OpenAI behaves versus how Anthropic behaves, and I've already forgotten it. Fuck. Ah. Fuck, what was it? It wasn't the access thing. I did talk about that. Don't think it was Twitter. Fuck. It'll randomly come to me. I'll re-record it later if it does. The other thing I want to do is like talking about my own usage. I don't think it'll fit that well. Never mind. End of cancel that. If I remember later, I remember later. It wasn't the CloudMD thing. I talked about that. Name change from Pete's perspective. I think I did a good enough job honoring Pete's perspective for it. I haven't watched this whole thing. I really, really want to finish it. I got to like here-ish. He was talking about how he codes with AI agents. Oh shit. This is actually very useful. Thank you for that. If OpenClaw stays open via Foundation, but its creators on OpenAI's payroll, what are you saying? There's a lot of people on a lot of payrolls that are good open source maintainers. That, like, the point of open source is that who you're paid by doesn't matter anymore. Like, just fork the fucking thing. I'm only using the Codex app, and now I'm using a special new app. Yep. Oh boy. New Paul Graham article just dropped. Oh, it's a long one. Oh man, I'm gonna read this later, and I'm very excited to. Tether code is not convex based. Wait, it's old? Oh, is it an old article? He just reposted? Oh yeah, February 2002. That's hilarious. It's just more important now. That's crazy. I have not tried the vertical tabs in Helium. I thought they were going to rebase it on the like the change, because they now have them in actual Chrome, and I thought they were going to base it on that. Okay, release time. Hopefully today we can get that edited. We'll see. Oh, a phase. Did we get WorkOS ads to WorkOS yet for approval? Because we need something for tonight, and I'm just gonna ping them and Blacksmith to see if either can have the ad ready. Oh shit, we just heard back from Blacksmith. They said they'll get back to us end of day. We'll talk about the sub I recommend very, very soon. Cool. Phase, we'll look at Notion. Okay. Ben set out WorkOS ads. I will do that now. Phase, can you DM me the links to all the new WorkOS ads on Discord, the Frame.io links, and I'll just text them to Michael there quick. Thank you. Yeah, I know that Desktop app uses the CLI mostly. We'll be doing the same. Why would they acqui-hire the project? Because they tend to have him build similar things internally. Because they want his expertise. Duh. Also, sorry, YouTube chat. Blame YouTube for crashing it. We will have something for work trees built in for sure. Hardness and orchestrators, which are important that people know. Yep. Mac and Nix only 53 code. We'll probably have Windows working at the very least through WSL. Lots more info coming soon. Why I think Anthropic should let other labs use their models? Because you need to run benchmarks against other labs and other models. You're doing a terrible job so far, Sadaman. Like, you gotta send the thing that's interesting first, not like, how do I get a hold of you for, like, there's a million ways to get a hold of me. If you can't figure them out and do it in a way that's compelling, like, that's on you. You gotta send an interesting DM with an interesting reason for me to care. You have, especially in this world, everyone can build anything now. I have gotten 10x the look at this thing I built DMs recently. Yep, I'm with you here. It's like Anthropic's way of pitching themselves does not line up with the way they're restricting things. They're making things for the developers there, and eventually they come out for other things. I don't care about things like GSD that much. They aren't helping me that much. Okay, on Discord, Notion updated. Thank you. Let me send that ASAP. Cool. Texted to Michael. We should be unblocked for tonight, hopefully. I'll let you know. Cool. Let's thank all the subs I missed while I was filming. We got Capacitancy with the 12 months. Thank you for that. Slip second with the 1 year as well. Thank you so much. Prezis here with the 3 months. Leo is a dev hitting 5 months. Show cat between videos. I locked the cat out today. Can't be distracted. Sorry. Too much going on. Axe Storm here with the 3 months of support. Since OpenAI doesn't pay me, I'll pay you with the sub. Love that. Thank you. The Gatto Meow with the Prime. Thank you for that. Lurmetroid here. 30 months of support. There's a little bit of irony and article taste with the contrast of that header. He's not had to bother updating that for a while. Thank you for nuking shareholder value. That dude was annoying. Did YouTube change their mod badge? It looks like they did. God. Again, like, I don't think people understand how valuable it is to just, like, be clear and communicatory. Like, working with WorkOS, I just texted one of our guys at WorkOS, like, hey, sorry for the last minute bug. We don't have any ads approved right now. We need an ad for 2 videos coming up. Can you approve these quick? Is immediately, within a minute of me texting, responds, is by 6 p.m. okay? So good. It's like, I wish more investors understood this, more general developers who complain about these things understood this, more companies, founders, like random marketing people at these companies. Just being good at communicating is so valuable. It is not that hard. It's more valuable now than ever. And it's, yeah, like, it doesn't, like, I would hire a shit engineer that can talk well over the world's best engineer that can't talk for shit. And don't get started about, like, well, I have autism bullshit. Like, some of the best people for this I've talked to are severely autistic because they don't want to say too many words, because speaking words is work and hard and scary. I know, I'm there. So they put more work into finding the concise words to say as little as they have to in order to make the thing clear, and also be clear enough they don't have to repeat themselves, because everyone hates that. No excuses. You got to get good at comms now. Yeah, this is a skill best developed by nerding out to friends. Absolutely agree. I do every single ad like I've never aired the same ad twice. I take that seriously. I don't want to, like, if you guys are going to watch the ads, I want you to get something different every time. Found a way to stop PRs from merging. Is this some crazy skepticism? Why is it always, I hate to pick on a random chatter here, but why is it always the same people that are like, it's open source and a foundation, but he is getting paid by them, so I don't trust it. And don't use Electron. And speculating on why I hate Anthropic, even though I technically have some equity in them. Like, it's always the same person. It's always the same person. And I would put money on it that this person also is going to tell me I should use Obsidian and that it's silly of me to use Mac when I could just use Linux. It's an archetype. Every time. Don't ban this one. I just am amused by his existence because this is so common. Oh, fuck yeah. I'm happy you like the D and Simple ad. I love those guys. That was the second of our 2-packs, so we have to renew them for a bigger deal. I have had to raise my prices since, so I'm scared we might be out of their reach. So if you don't see more ads from D and Simple, don't think that's because like I have a bad relationship with them or something. It's because the demand for ads is just so absurd right now that I can't justify losing money by taking ads for that. Especially because like I have enough companies I love that are willing to pay the high prices. Companies like Blacksmith, who are awesome. You guys at Blacksmith at work after the ads? Awesome. Let me know how that goes because Blacksmith has been so awesome. It's based on my Obsidian crash out. I love that. I absolutely love that. The Obsidian crash out's coming out very soon. Highly targeted, not disappointed with my ads. Thank you. Yeah, we put a lot of work in. For every brand we say yes to, there's like 10 we say no to. And the thing that hurts the most is when there's a brand I want to work with, but like they just cannot justify the cost right now. It's sad. Because like if I don't max out how much money I could make, like let's say one company will pay $5,000, one will pay $1,000. Even though I like the company that does $1,000 a lot, that's $4,000 that could go to my team, that could go to other things, that could meaningfully improve the position that we are in, that I am throwing away because I like the product more. That sucks. And it's really hard to find this balance point where we aren't underselling ourselves, but we're also only working with companies that we really like. Oh shit. Hey, Naman. What are my issues with Obsidian? The video coming soon. My issues with Obsidian are mostly about the community and people who think it's a Notion alternative. It is not useful for collaboration at all. I have never accepted pay for a speaking event. I have let them help cover travel, and it's help. Like, they often don't even cover the full travel. But, like, I don't take money for those types of things. It's not worth it. And, like, realistically speaking, if I go to an event, I talk to, like, 1,000-ish people that are half paying attention, or I can go do a YouTube video that has an ad in it, and it reaches 100,000 people that are paying attention. It is just a much better return. Open Source is the fucking best. They take such good care of me. If you can go to any conference, like if you're trying to decide what conferences to go to this year, Open Source should be number one on your list. If you can be out here in SF, July 17th to 19th, and you're the type of nerd that hangs out places like this, you have to go to Open Source. It is the cool one. By far the cool one. Like, it's so fucking cool. Like, they're finally getting real sponsors now. Good shit. Took them long enough. I've been helping with this since it started. I'm just a huge fan of the fact that this exists and that, like, our boy Will finally killed it and pulled it off. These are all the industry people. Let's get out of the industry section. Or have they only revealed the industry people on the site so far? That's weird. I think this is because they... oh, yes, feature creators are separate. Yeah. So, like, everyone is there. Like, you should recognize a lot of these people already. It's everyone. My boy, Eric, always good to see him. We hang a ton whenever he's out for this. H Bomber Guy, Hank Green, Captain Disillusion. Evan and Caitlin are the sweetest. I've been hanging with them a ton at Open Source. Jerry, everything's going to be there this year, which is huge. Code Miko, we hang a ton at them. Jabril's the fucking legend, the OG dev YouTuber. Fucking Lily Pichu, of course. Code Bullet, he face revealed at Open Sauce, which was hilarious. On a panel I was on with him, too. I also had no idea he was so tall. I harassed Luke into going 2 years ago, and he loved it so much he's now like a big part of it. Maya Higa, the fucking legend. I'm so pumped she's involved now. Nile Red, one of the greatest shorts creators of all time. A bunch of Corridor Crew people come through now. Styro Pyro is a fucking lunatic. He's so fun. Technology Connections is actually my favorite YouTuber. So fucking good. Like, everybody is there for this. Oh, look, that loser. Right next to Prime. And Ted as well. Ted and I always love making jokes that, like, the two Theos are there. Will Austin putting himself near the end, of course. Legends. And Ren is super fun. It's such a crazy crew. It's such a fucking crazy crew. You gotta go. Like, if you can go to Open Sauce, you should. It's so fucking worth it. I've never met a person who went and, like, regretted going or felt like that wasn't worth the money or time. It's the Smash Ultimate of creator events, actually, though. Actually. The $200 Planet Cursor is pretty damn good. Obviously, nothing can beat the ones for the other stuff, but yeah. My content is fully separate from my business. So T3 Chat, Ping.gg, stuff like Shoe, T3 Code, all of the like projects and products we put out, those are all under T3 Tools Incorporated, which is my business that was YC backed and raised real money, is a real startup that has employees. Separately, I have my T3 Content LLC, which is my content business. That's where the YouTube money goes. That's where the sponsor money goes. That's where the Twitter revenue goes, the Twitch sponsors and subs and all that all goes there. And now I have an agency I'm starting to form, and separately my investments, which I do personally. This might actually be possible, Aiden. I will ask Will next time we chat if he needs like Eng help on anything. So taking on OpenClaw and other automated AI workflows and its effect on the open source community, you maintain a relatively small code base and it's already starting to piss you off. I think that the way we've done open source forever is dead, which sucks. And yeah, taxes suck. Taxes are really bad. I have a whole finance team now. I technically have two. That's what it takes, sadly. Thank you, the Gatto Meow for the Prime. Lermatroid here for the 30 months. And Crow's 4K for the 13 months. I mostly pay quarterly, but my year changed so much that the quarterly is never really accurate. That's actually a really good question about sponsors, like competing sponsors. What's like, how do we deal with things like Depot and Blacksmith, as well as stuff like WorkOS versus Clerk? This is complex. It is. A lot of creators tend to just have the like 5 to 10 sponsors, and they also don't have a video every day with the goal of having a variety or like a huge variety in the set of sponsors. And they often end up with like one sponsor per category. I don't want to do that because I want to show you guys a variety of things, and I do my best to show the unique value of each option. The way I frame it to the brands, because they ask a lot about this, especially like with the AI code review things. So somebody just brought it up, like CodeRabbit versus GrabTile versus a few others that'll be popping up in the near future. I frame it to them as it's not my job to make your product stand out against the competitors. That's your job. It's your job to make a product that is so compelling that it's easy for me to explain why someone would use it instead of an alternative. If you want help explaining those values to people, I can help with everything from copy to branding to how you write about it in the docs to how you format your SDK. Like, we can help with all those things, but you need to make a product that's better than your competitors. If the only reason your product is doing well is because you paid me more than your competitors, I don't feel good about that. If your competitors can come to me as well, and I can pitch the unique values for each of them, I think that works out great. Using Clerk versus WorkOS, for example, the Clerk DX is still best in class. It is the most positive experience I've had setting up Auth, other than Shoe, but Shoe doesn't count. It's for side projects. If you haven't added payments to your app yet, and you want to get the easiest path to add subscriptions, add account management, add orgs, API keys, all of the things that users will need for most services, Clerk gets you there way faster, way easier. WorkOS is when you want to sell to enterprises. It's your goal to make it as easy as possible to onboard a big company. That's why that's why everybody from fucking OpenAI to Anthropic to T3 Chat are all using WorkOS, because it makes that type of onboarding way smoother. But that comes at the cost of developer time. The developer experience is not as good with WorkOS as with Clerk. And both companies are okay with me saying this because I've told them to their faces this and made sure it was clear that this is okay. I'm not familiar with clerks' behavior against Better Auth. I have not seen that. SHOO. Shoes coming soon. Be patient, guys. We got more to talk about, though. It's been a crazy stream. A lot of people hanging out. Oh, yeah, the vibe coding slur thing I've thought about, but I don't really know how to include. Idea things using Clerk, it was smooth. That's really good to hear. Still excited to dig into Idea thing as soon as I have time. Like, I have had literally zero free time for like 3 weeks straight now. It was supposed to get easier last week when my new employee had fully onboarded and fully left their previous job, and I could let them own more things and have a little bit of free time. And then they quit, and I ended up with way more to do. Not only because I had to pick up their work and clean up all the things that you deal with when you're offboarding an employee, and also because they didn't give a 2-week notice, which sucked. They went back to their old employer because they got a crazy counteroffer. It was the fucking worst. Like, I've never had an employee quit, and technically they didn't quit in traditional senses. They had signed my full-time offer and started, but the previous company harassed them into going back, so fucking sucked. So not only do I have to do all the things to clean up after kicking out or like letting go of an employee, all the like management of everything to do with that, and I have to take up all their responsibilities, I also now have to be interviewing potential new candidates. So what was supposed to save me 20 hours a week is currently costing me 60 on top of everything else. It's nuts. It's insane. So yeah, that's why I'm behind on everything. It's a pretty insane assistant role. Do I have moderation guidelines for YT chat? It's mostly vibes based. Are there things you're unsure of? If so, DM me. We'll figure it out later. But generally speaking, gut feel, like if you're like, this doesn't belong and it's probably not a good thing for Theo to see or have on stream, just ban. I am doing the one thing at a time, but it's a lot. For the person who quit, considering the fact that I put as much work in for this employee as I did, that I like literally sat on the floor as they fucking cried with them, and like all of their friends are questioning the decision they made, I would have done something very different. I would have stayed here. And everybody on my team, most of the people on their existing team, and all of the mutual friends we have are like, what the fuck happened here? So yeah, it's just, pressure's a bitch. And when you're comfortable, when you like your coworkers, you like your job, and you're pressured into going back, so many people fall for it and say yes. Generally speaking, you should never take the counteroffer and the return offer. We'll see how it goes for them. They were perfect for what we needed, and I am very upset to lose this individual. Yeah, we'll talk about this a lot, Aiden. I'm going to text you a spoiler for it so you can understand how fucking pissed I am. Cool. I can't share details, but I can let you see Aiden's reaction in Twitch chat to the info I just leaked to him so you can understand just how fucked things are. Aiden, give your honest, wow, what the fuck in chat, because I can't share the details for a ton of reasons. Yeah. Yeah. It's fucked. FaZe, I'll catch you up on it later too. I've never had an employee quit, and I hope I never have one quit this way again. This is one of the most fucked situations I've ever been in. By the nature of the chaos of the story, it will likely be public someday, but it is not mine to tell. Running a company sucks. If anyone says otherwise, they're lying. If you think running a company is the solution to your problem, and me telling you it sucks terribly and you shouldn't do it isn't enough to stop you, go do it. If it gives you any hesitation at all, don't fucking do it. Yeah, we'll talk tonight, Aiden. It's a fucked situation. Yeah, I got screwed. I have made this info public. Let me find. Spelled hiring wrong. This is the role. I need someone in person who is absurdly on top of their shit. Good question, Maria. Do I have hard feelings? I more feel bad for them than angry at them. Like, I feel like this ex-employee is the victim. So, can I clone Ben? I fucking wish. I really do. If I had one more Ben or one more Mark or one more me, we'd be good. Is there something I would have done differently? No. I honestly think I did everything as well as I humanly possibly could have here. It is just a sad situation. Like it is. It just sucks. Like there isn't a better thing. It was what it was. To the question of like interns and stuff, I can't. The hard reality is that more employees does not mean less problems. It means more problems. But those employees can prevent other problems from becoming yours, but they themselves are. And the level of like skill that they have, the level of experience they have, has to be a factor there. Like an intern would need a lot more onboarding, a lot more help, a lot more day-to-day like watching to an extent. It would come at too big of a cost to me right now. I just don't have the time. And even something like OpenClaw, I don't have the time to set it up as a temp. A temp employee will not help me right now. I can't do anything temporary. I need someone who is like really good at annoying me and staying on top of their shit. Like, honestly, Shavam's going to be a huge help with this once I have the bandwidth to properly onboard him. And somebody like Maria could be clutch as like an additional assistant. But what I need is like the person who will be both of their boss. I need a person whose job is effectively what I am doing to run the content. I need someone else to do that, to pay them a lot of money and have them manage these types of things. That's when it might make sense to bring on an intern, bring on a second researcher, start to break up the work like thumbnails and whatnot. Because right now, Ben and I still do all the thumbnails. We're seeing awesome work from both Shiv and from Maria, but I can't even orchestrate it because I don't have the time to look and make a decision. I need someone I trust enough to do that part. But it needs to be somebody who's like in person, in my real fucking life and in my real world. Like, I can't keep up right now. Jason, put me in touch, like ASAP. Yeah, and if you find me this person who is down to do this in person, NSF, I will hire them. And if they can like help me run my inbox and my team, then I can hire more people too. Yeah, I'm looking for my Terran or my Luke or any of those. I already kind of have that with Mark and Ben, but Ben's channel's killing it. I want to be able to focus more on that. And Mark has to run my fucking company. I need another right hand. I need my third right hand, as silly as that sounds. Yeah, Luke's the fucking best. But even Luke, like, I had to talk Luke through hiring a Luke. Yeah, I will find the right person. Julius is even busier. Julius is building like 15 things right now. A cat herder in SF. Oh boy, this sounds like a really good fit, Jason. Definitely put me in touch. T3 chat has a ship week happening next week. I can't. This is again like there's this list of things I wish I could do. I had to sponsor a visa for Julius, and it was a shitload of work. It was so much fucking work. If I had somebody who could manage all of those things for me, then I can do that type of thing. But like right now, I'm looking for somebody that's low enough friction to onboard and can take enough things off my plate that I get more free time in 2 weeks. Like I am optimizing my life for what path will give me the ability to breathe again by end of month. Because right now I basically can't. There is just too much fucking shit. I'm down to pay $200K a year for this role. So it doesn't really matter that rent is high. Like, I am more than happy to pay absurd amounts of money for this role. But I need the right person for it. Anyways. Shiv, we'll talk about this, Shiv. Just focus on making the content good, as good as possible. We'll sync a lot more once I have this fucking role filled. Last week was supposed to be the week where we started figuring these details out. Like, I should have onboarded you more properly this week, and I couldn't because of this. It sucks. It just fucking sucks. Like, these things happen. This is the nature of the chaos. Yeah. But the role is effectively chief of staff, exec ops. I have a write-up somewhere that I put in Notion. TLDR is I need help managing relations across everything. Things like, what do I need to review from the development team? What sponsor needs to be talked to because they're iffy on something? What inbound do I need to respond to and get on a call? What thumbnail is missing from what video? What research topic do I really need to make sure I film ASAP? What ads am I behind on and need to go film? What new employee needs to have some random thing handled over HR, like on our HR platform? Like, all of these things. It's like 70-ish% inbox management because most of this makes it to my inbox. But it's general, like, what is happening where stuff. Yeah, even just like I've considered putting more of this on FaZe, but we need him so much on editing that I don't want to bother him with other shit. And that's the thing, is I don't want my teammates who are locked in on the important things to be distracted by everything else. And I've historically been the everything else person. Like, if like, I'm just trying to think of fucking examples, but like, when a last minute thumbnail needs to be made, I'm often the one to do it. If like a quick chop needs to be done to a video and FaZe isn't available, I'm the one to do it. Like, when random one-off things happen, or like we need to go clean up Notion, or we need to get a hold of some company for some reason, like, I'm often the one lurking around Twitter trying to find the right person to get a hold of, stuff like that. Not only are these tasks automatable, they're also externally hireable. Like, I could hire people for any one of these things, but then I have to manage it all. I have to keep an eye on the agent. I have to make sure about all of this shit. I need somebody who can tell me that we need an agent for it, and then I'll go build the agent. But I need to know what needs to be built and what needs to be automated. To know what can be automated, you have to first do the thing. And I can't do the thing right now. And if I do, I don't have enough time to think about it to figure out what to automate. I'll get you that Notion doc after stream. We need to film other videos. It needs to be done twice manually and forgotten like a bad dream. Yep. Ooh, a SoundCloud rapper. This actually sounds interesting. Someone who listens to a lot of SoundCloud. I am saving this for sure. Oh shit, Pete. No way. Good to see you, man. Somebody already VIP'd you, even though it's your first time chatting. Good to see you. Definitely hope we can hang more next time you're in town. Sorry, timelines didn't work out, but hopefully you'll be in town a lot more now that you have the new gig. Congrats on all the success, man. So pumped for you. Shiv, I'll have way more suggestions for this very soon. We definitely want you onboarded to help with that a ton. I'll probably have to pay you more if you do help with that. But yes, I'll give you feedback once I have time to actually sit and look at them. I've been loving Raindrop. It's been really good. I almost built my own thing, and Raindrop's good enough that I don't feel like it anymore. Yeah, thanks again, Pete, for everything. I hope the video does you justice. We put work in to make sure I covered the chaos of how you got here and the importance of how you made your decision and why you made the decision you did. Fucking legend out here. Good shit. Yeah, Ben's been sick as fuck. I feel so bad for him. Eventful month is putting it fucking lightly, man. God damn. Been a crazy ride. Congrats. It's so good to see you winning. And that was the thing I really wanted to drive home in the video, is like, you've proven that people who ship will always be the winners in any era. Like, shipping's what matters. The thing I still love citing that I think is the coolest. There was like, anyone could have went and built Claudebot. Sure, but how many of them built all of these things? Claudebot wasn't a one-shot success. Claudebot was the chaotic project at the end of a series of chaotic projects. And I probably should tell more people about how painful my onboarding was when I first tried Claudebot in December. It's crazy how quick everything's changed. Oh, and Pete, make sure you befriend Naman here in chat. He's one of my favorite people at OpenAI. I think his Twitter handle's the same. Yeah. Pete, talk to this guy. Trust me, if you want somebody who knows open source, maintenance, and OpenAI culture really, really well, very good person for you to chat with. Yeah, the effort you guys have been putting into security is insane to watch. It's the speed at which you got there is crazy. Yeah. You two definitely should be. I have a feeling you two are going to get along very well. Just knowing you both well enough and how good the vibe match has always felt, y'all are going to be friends. Enjoy. It's my favorite thing. This is the coolest part of my job, being able to like be in the like just getting to meet the people and see what they're working on slightly early and knowing like who to link with who it's so fun. It genuinely really is. It makes us all worth it. One last check to make sure nothing's on fire, because everything's kind of on fire. Good shit. Phase update Notion for blacksmith. Add 2 isn't good, but 1 and 3 are for the February ads. So Feb 26, 1 and 3 are fine, 2 is not. Oh, God. Yeah, the different WebKit GTK versions across platforms. Ugh. Yeah, this, exactly. I have to be managing like 15 plus, probably like 30 plus Slack channels. Probably not Hermes. Sokra, you're coming to SF? Fuck yeah, we have a lot to catch up on. I am very hyped to have you in town, man. Yep. 1 and 3, okay, too bad. Yep. Thank you. Sorry to make this your responsibility. You need to ramp up the team. If anyone is up for maintainer, email you. Yes, I did 471 out of 650 commits, or as your agent said, Peter, you are the release. Jesus fuck. Jesus fuck, man. I will possibly put, if you want help hiring for that, let me know. I always have a pipeline of really good engineers. I would love to help with that. Let me know. No pressure, obviously. You have your own pipeline too. I trust you and your judgment. But if you ever want like some Theo vetted engs from our open source community, I got a ton of cool people always ready to go. See, if you few weeks to ramp up structure where he can do that, but that's the goal. 3,200 open PRs. Jesus fuck. Congrats, but goddamn, similar to how you figured out the like right UX of building these things like with agents the way you have. as well as the work you've put into like making OpenClaw a really powerful way of using agents further, I suspect you're one of the few people that can solve this problem. Like, what does it look like to rethink GitHub UX such that this number of open PRs isn't that scary? You've already touched on this idea with like prompt request versus pull request, and I've had that video planned for a minute now. It's not even the why AI PRs fail one, but there's a separate like prompt request. Prompt request, the death of the PR. I had this in here like a month ago when you first started talking about it. I loved this idea. Build an open call that will review PRs and issues and basically be an agent for the repo. Like talk to the repo. Ooh, that sounds really promising actually. So anybody using Codex, building an operating system for yourself is now as easy as describing it. That's so cool. Yeah, Mitchell Hashimoto is another great person to reference for this stuff. Breadboard about to ship for 1.0. It's, among other things, massive upgrade and superset of SDKs. Ooh. So, Pete, I will personally rep Socray, not just a dev researcher that has been working with me on official research for like actually publishing a paper about Snitchbench for a while. They're legit. Definitely worth a chat. Not to overload you with even more people to talk to, but one of the few people I actually recommend that I find worth it. Yeah. Figure out everything else first. But Kyle's a good dude. Definitely worth chatting with. Okay, let's figure out what we're doing next. I really want to do this one. I've needed to do this one for a minute. Let's complain about 5.3 Codex versus Opus 4.6. I don't think I need to do the cursor crash out anymore. Cursor will come up in this one, but like they are fixing a lot of things now. I think I'll do a separate harness comparison, like specifically comparing the $200 tiers on the different services. Oh, that one. Oh, yeah, that I will do in a bit. But this I want to get out because it's running low on time. I just want good software. My investments don't bias what I care about. Obviously, I want the things I invest in to win, but I'm investing because I like them at the time, not because I want to force them to win. I would rather the best software win. Interesting. Yeah, a lot of these don't have 5.3 in them yet, which is the annoying thing. This one also just has a shitload of Gemini in it, which means it is hard to trust because I don't care. Yeah, I'm wearing a Zed shirt, but I haven't used that much. I probably want to talk about the AI.com thing. Like, I have nothing to add there. Let's do the Codex versus Opus vid. I don't know how much I'm allowed to talk about the long-running agent stuff. I will touch on it in this, but it's still very early, but it is very cool. Let's chat. This will be a fun one. We're in a model renaissance. There are so many great options. All the cool open weight models dropping like GLM5 and Minimax 2.5, as well as these great models from the leading labs like Opus 4.6 and Codex 5.3. I hope we can all agree that those closed models are the ones that are by far the best. But which one is actually the best? If you're sitting down and using these every day, which model is going to perform the best in your code base on your work every day? I've been putting so much time into all of these models. I just ran even just before filming today, I had even just before filming today, I probably did like 20 runs through Opus, totaling like 3 hours of inference, as well as doing other things with Codex in parallel. I've spent a lot of time with both of these models. Spoiler, I do find Codex to be better overall for code, But it's not that simple at all. I have had plenty of tasks that go either way. Some where Opus does significantly better than Codex, and others where Opus doesn't even know where to start. I think I've started to build a decent mental model around which projects work I started to build a decent mental model around which models work best for which tasks. And I'm going to do my best to break this down for y'all because I know how hard it is to pick and that not everybody has the time and the money to spin up across all of these platforms with all of these subs to test out the limits of all of these models. I'm very privileged and lucky to be in a position where I can do that. And a big part of why I'm able to afford it is because of today's sponsor. Cool. Actually, better cut there. I'm in a very privileged position, I'm very lucky to be able to test these models as much as I do and to maintain the subscriptions across all of these services. None of these labs are paying me. I'm not getting any free inference from any of them. The only reason I'm able to afford doing this at all is today's sponsor. Cool. Let's dive in. Opus 4.6 versus Codex 5.3. I've never done a showdown video like this before, so it's going to be interesting. I've already talked about both of these models independently in relatively high detail, but when I did the Opus part in particular, I'd only used the model for a few hours. I'm now over a week in, and I've been using it heavily, so I have a lot more thoughts, good, bad, and ugly. Before we go any further, I want to talk about price. Price is a weird thing to factor in because a lot of us aren't even using these models over the API anymore. We're using these subscription services, paying the $200 a month for each of these models, like on their own. Price is a bit weird because very few of us are paying API pricing directly. We're often getting those beautiful subsidized tokens from the $200 a month subs from both Codex and from Anthropic. But it is worth noting because your usage on the platforms will go down faster as a result of this. I don't have dark mode here. Let me switch over to here so I do. Cool. For reference, Opus 4.6 costs $25 per million tokens out and $5 per million tokens in. But that's if you're using less than 200k tokens of context. They have the ability to go up to a mil in context of Opus 4.6, but you pay double the rate for the input tokens and you pay almost double the rate for the output, making it absurdly more expensive. Even the cache writing ends up being way more expensive too, and the cache writing is almost essential to not just burn infinite money when you're using these models, but these prices are absurd. There is also the new... There is also the new Opus 4.6 fast option. But the fast mode is, where is it? The fast mode is 2 to 3 times faster, but 6 times more expensive. These rates are absurd. Just my one test where I did like one small migration that took 5 to 8 minutes cost like $40. It's insane how expensive it is. So if OpenAI has the smarter model, it's got to be way more expensive, right? Well, this is where things start to get complex because Codex 5.3 is not available over the API yet unless you're one of the big companies they partnered with, like Cursor or such as Cursor or GitHub with Copilot. So we can't see the API pricing, but it's relatively safe to assume it's going to be the same price as 5.2 was, which is $1.75 per mil in and $14 per mil out, roughly half the price. That said, these numbers don't mean what they say here, not just because and to be very clear, these numbers aren't super all encompassing. Like, this isn't what it will actually cost. It's not that this is going to be exactly half the price because of these numbers. Because what really matters is how many tokens are generated. And the number of tokens coming out of the models can vary, especially when you turn on things like extra high mode. If we go to artificial analysis, you'll see that GPT 5.2 is still in second place because they can't validate and verify 5.3 yet because it's not on the API. OpenAI, this is like my biggest issue with you guys. Just do it already, please. Or at least give access to people like this so they can do the benchmark and test it. But where I want to talk is, but what I want to focus on is the cost to run the benchmark. Here we are. So remember, even though Opus is more expensive as a model, 5.2 ended up costing more and also taking way longer to run because it burns way more tokens. So 5.2 Codex took $3,300 roughly of tokens to run the same benchmark that Opus 4.6 did for $2,500. Did they really not do a 5.2 high run? Okay. I went to medium. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It is also worth noting if you run it in medium instead, sadly, there's not a high reference for me to use. You end up at literally a fourth the price at $700, which is way cheaper, but also, again, worse intelligence wise. Like, you end up being knocked down to 47 points instead of 51, which puts you behind Gemini 3 Pro, or at least right on the same line. Just all things worth considering. But again, this is 5.2. We don't have benchmarks for 5.3 because OpenAI has not let us have the model over API. If you're wondering why, it is currently the public understanding is that 5.3 is good enough, in particular with security stuff. They want to make sure that they're not going to cause a cybersecurity crisis until they have locked down the model doing too much security shit. So that's our understanding of it. I haven't gotten a better answer from anybody. They really should just put it on the fucking API, if I'm being real, because then we can bench it, but we can't. So sadly, we don't necessarily know what the cost of actual use of 5.3 is because you can only use it through the subsidies. But generally speaking, the Codex models are way cheaper per token, but they also reason more. 5.3 seems to be better at being concise, so I would suspect 5.3 will end up being cheaper. But all we can really go by is how quick the usage goes down with our subs. Oh, Fammy. I had to type that. It was stronger than you. Scam defaultman, boardroom mogging Dario a mope day by just buying OpenClaw. This comes after Dario scared the host, asking ClaudeBot to kindly change their name to avoid any potential confusion. What consequences this will have for the jester maxing unsafe Mac minis running LLMs with root access across the Bay Area. FaZe, leave this one in. God damn it, Fammy. Anyways. Since we don't have the ability to test these things against the API, all we can really go with is our usage in the dashboards. I have been using Codex 5.3 quite a bit more than Opus 4.6, so let's see where my usage lands. Hiding this so I don't have to worry. I have been too busy. I have barely touched either of these. kind of crazy. Here's the $41 I mentioned before, by the way, if you were curious about that. But for my actual day-to-day use of Claude for the last day or two, because I've not really been online, because it resets on Thursday for me, 3% of my weekly usage and 0% of my 4-hour usage window, because I haven't used it since I went live. And then to compare against Codex, which I've been using for lots of shit every day, 92% remaining, and it resets tomorrow. So this is my whole week of usage. I managed to get down 8% of my weekly usage on Codex. But on Claude Code, which I've used comically less and resets further along, I'm at almost half that same usage. So let's just run something in both to compare against. I will... Yeah. Let's tell Claude Code to do something annoying. Let me think of something good. Do a security audit of this code base. Actually, better. Do a review of this branch against main. Look for any potential issues that we may have. And I will copy this and paste it into the Codex UI, which I have found a significantly more pleasant way to use Codex than the CLI. It is now spinning up parallel agents to review across different areas. And I am running Codex on high. I almost never, ever reach for extra high. I find high to be more than enough. Often medium feels better. Some benchmarks actually show medium outperforming high because it doesn't reason too much about it. Family dropping interesting details here. I've noticed how Claude in general seems to be more willing to do unsafe stuff while Codex complains way, way more. We'll talk about that in a bit. No spoilers. Yeah. One other thing worth noting is that right now we are getting temporary doubler. One other thing worth noting is that we're currently getting a temporary doubling of our usage on Codex if you're using the app. It might also apply over the CLI, but I'm not sure about that just yet. But hypothetically speaking, we should be getting a lot more usage out of Codex right now than normal. So assuming that is the case, double my usage here, I would actually be at 86% instead of 92. Sorry, 84%. Same difference. You get the idea. Math is hard. But when you look here, you see I have been using this a ton. The other was before they marked the desktop app as different because I had early access to it. I have been grinding in Codex pretty much every day other than the last few because I've been so busy. So this is heavy usage over the last few days, building multiple real applications. And I'm still only at between 8 and 16% depending on how much they honor this doubling over time. Whereas with Claude, which I used for one singular task, I already burned through 3% on one task. And I bet even with what I've run here already, if I refresh, yep, we're already starting to eke into my hourly rate here, and we've bumped up 1% there. Here, I bet if I refresh, nothing. Nothing. It's actually possible this UI updates live. I wouldn't know because it's genuinely challenging to make the numbers go down. In the future, I will do a much more thorough cover. In the future, I plan to do much more thorough coverage over which of these $200 subs is more worth it. For now, I find both are really hard to max out. Codex feels more generous, especially with that doubling with the app that you can have right now. But again, overall, they both feel really, really fair when you're on that plan. The in-between plans, however, vary a lot. This is going to be another thing I will hold against OpenAI. The $20 plan for OpenAI does not have the fast inference. You end up with much slower models. They're same models, but running slower. If you do the $20 plan on Codex, you're going to have a much slower experience, which sucks. The fact that that is hidden behind the $200 tier is rough. And they should be much clearer about this. It's not pleasant. That said, the $20 plan for Claude, I managed to max out with 2 prompts. So checks and balances. One of them will give you the fast inference, but you'll max it out immediately. The other is not as fast as the high tier, but at least you can actually use it. I know a lot of maintainers that are on that $20 a month plan on Codex that are getting away with it. People are asking if I think that OpenAI should add another tier like a 50 or 100 between. Probably, but that makes things a lot more complex to have even more tiers. Eventually they'll do that. But also, apparently, you also get really heavy rate limits for the new Spark model if you're on Pro, and those are rate limited entirely separately. I'll be honest, I haven't used Spark that much. I'm more the background guy now where I run a job and go do something else. But I also see people in chat who are like, I legit managed to max out on 2 20x Claude Max plans. So I've seen a lot of people doing that. I haven't seen anybody consistently maxing out the Codex plan, so take that as you will. Like, chances are, if you're worried about maxing out either of these but aren't using them yet, you won't. It is very hard to do. But if you do, you've hopefully built enough to justify the price, because it is difficult to abuse these to the point where you get locked out just by the costs. So price per token, Codex wins. Price per run, it seems like Opus wins, but we don't know for sure because we don't have the API yet for Codex. Price based on the subscriptions, Codex wins. So even just price, the winner varies depending on a lot of different things. So price I will give to Codex for sub technicality, because we, again, don't have the API pricing yet, nor what it looks like to use over API. Next, we have... Next, we have what I'll refer to as intelligence. This is how capable is the model at solving hard problems. Can it solve problems nothing else can? Can it answer hard questions? Can it do hard work? I could go back and forth about this for a while, but I'll give you the spoiler. Codex wins here. Even Codex 5.2 arguably wins here. There are so many times where I see Opus just tripping over itself and not knowing how to do basic shit that it's incredibly infuriating. But that doesn't mean Codex always wins on hard problems. Let me hide things. Here we go. Yeah. Here's a site you might have heard of before, T3 Chat. We're working on a lot of things. Launch week happening soon. Keep an eye out for it. One of the things I'm working on, spoiler, is integrating my new image studio into it. Oh, am I on main right now? Oh, I did /canvas. Yeah, cool. Retake on that. One of the things we're working on is integrating T3 Canvas, which is a side project I built for generating images across various models, as well as doing edits to said images. This was a fun thing because I already have T3 Canvas as an existing working web and mobile app. So I decided to try something a little different here. Instead of just telling it what I wanted it to build, I referenced an existing project on my machine. No. Cool. This is the prompt I used. I would like to make a bold change to this app. I want to integrate a complete image generation product as a separate experience while continuing to use the app shell, auth, and billing systems. I have a working version of the product already implemented at user Theo code work T3 Canvas. I want to port the web version here. Write a thorough plan on what this integration would look like. This is a bold one. This is like 10,000 lines added, bold one. This is a hard thing to do. And I honestly threw this at the models thinking they would not be able. I constantly am pushing, like, trying to find tasks the models can't do. And this was meant to be one of those. I expected it to just kind of fail outright and I would have to go redo it. And when I tried this with Codex, that is what happened. I tried having Codex do this. It ported over a really shoddy version of the UI and it failed whenever I tried to do a generation with no errors. It might have worked if I set up the environment variables correct, but it wouldn't even figure that much out for me. I got no error. I got nothing. The UI just hung. Bad experience. So I went and tried the same thing with OpenAI. So I went and tried the same thing with Opus using Claude Code, just out of curiosity, expecting it to fail, but hoping that maybe it might be able to unblock itself in some dumb, useful way. And it went way better than expected. This is that version with a handful of additional prompts to bring over some features. But the difference really stood out to me at that point. The way the models unblock themselves and the way the models solve big, hard problems has never felt quite as different as when I did this. When I had Codex try to do this, it ported over every feature. It tried to run the generation commands, and it couldn't because the sandbox was preventing it from doing some network stuff. And because of that, it couldn't verify the types it was generating with convex, and ended up getting into a bit of a loop from that. Eventually, when it put something up, it looked like shit, and I don't think it worked. At the very least, it didn't give me the right errors. It was bad enough that I figured I'll just throw this away. I'm curious what other models do, though. Did the same thing with Opus. Opus wrote a plan that included all of the features the original version had. But by the time it had finished implementing the plan, half those features had just vanished. And I actually couldn't get them to come back. I told it, bring these features over. And it built the backend for it, but it forgot to hook up the front end, even though Opus is historically a better model for that. So what's really funny is that when later on I went to Codex and said, hey, I want to implement these additional features that are missing, when it went to do it, it's like, oh shit, this feature is like half done. I just need to expose this in the UI. And it did. And that was features like this outputs section here where you can see the other things that were output with this prompt, as well as the conversational view where I can make edits to this image using multiple models. One of my favorite features that we built into this. If I want to see how these 3 different models will handle an edit, like this photo should be set in space instead, make them wear silly space suit astronaut helmets. Something silly like this. And now I have this edit view where we can see of these photos, I picked this one, so we might have to make it a little easier to see. I picked this one, and then I requested an edit to be made with these specific models. This whole view, as well as the data model for it, didn't make it in the first pass. But they did hook up the model, but Opus did hook up the backend when I asked it to, and then it forgot to do the rest of the work. Man, Nano Pro is really, really good until it doesn't have a good reference for the thing, and then it does some weird shit like this. Like, what even is this? Seedream even did better. Cool. So this project's actually a good example of hopping between the models to figure out what the strengths and weaknesses of both are. Generally speaking, the way I would frame it is that Codex does a much better job of not missing the details. It doesn't skip things the same way other models do. If there's an important thing the model should see, know about, and operate against, it almost always does. The meme of I had Claude Code, there's a meme I see going around there's a meme for it, Matt, I'm seeing more and more of that's along the lines of I brought in Codex to clean up all of my four times charm. There's a meme format I've been seeing a lot of, which is roughly I keep having to bring in Codex to clean up all the Opus slop, and I really do feel that. And this is a good example of that, where Opus got the pieces working, pulled enough together that I could see it work on my computer and start using the thing, but it missed a ton of shit. And it took a lot of work to get it to deal with the things that it missed. I put a lot of effort in, and it just kept missing random shit. Like one silly example that I might have lost because it got compacted. Oh, here. I can't go back to the compaction. The history thing's entirely broken. But I asked it to like handle environment variables because they weren't. At the very least, it showed me the right error in the UI, like environment variable missing. So I copy pasted the error just to see what it would do. And it concluded that everything was fine, that the environment variables were all set up because it was reading the code about the environment variables and not realizing, oh, you need to set them in convex in order for this to work. It just missed the key point that was necessary to make this useful. It just couldn't figure that part out. I've never seen Codex make mistakes like that. Even just like earlier yesterday, I was sending out an email to even just like yesterday, I sent out an email to top users of T3 chat because of some changes we were making that I wanted to let them know about early. And I had the funniest set of failures I've ever seen. I would show you guys the history, but there's a bunch of PII in it because it had email addresses, including my own. I had it write a send.js file that would send emails through resend for me, just so I could quickly scriptify and test the sending of the emails. It reads the resend secret key from the env, it loads the template as plain text, and then it hits resend's email endpoint. It wasn't reading the environment variables. I told it needed to. This is how it responded. It made the changes. It made it read the environment variables, but it knows it's using Node. It knows it's just a JS file. It couldn't actually read the environment variables because nothing was set up to give it them. So I told it that it should probably use .env. It did not check about a package JSON. It did not check if it could install it. It did not try to install it. It did not do anything. It just started implementing usage of this package that wasn't there at all. I told it it needs a package JSON, so it ran pnpm init and made it a real code base just so it could work. But I had to like hold its hand through all of these things. It was kind of hilarious just how hard it bombed on something as basic as environment variable management, while at the same time doing a 10,000 line of code port, ripping this product over to a different product. Like, it's just, that contrast hits harder with that contrast hits harder with Opus than anywhere else, where it can be the worst coding partner I've ever dealt with doing basic shit like environment variable management, but can also move mountains with giant changes like this. And I think a lot of that comes from how it operates when it feels blocked. To put it simply, it feels like Opus will ignore blockers and trim scope to get around them. Codex will embrace those blockers and fix them directly. This framing has made it much easier for me to know which to reach for various tasks. Codex is so thorough. I have had, just like one example, I had with Shu. If you're not familiar, one of the many things I'm working on now is a better minimal auth library for adding a sign-in button to your vibe-coded side projects. Very excited to get this out. Should hopefully be soon. One of the examples wasn't working because in the open source repo that isn't open source yet, coming out soon, I have examples for various things, like using it with Vite and React, using it with Next.js, using it with Supabase, using it with Clerk, using it with Convex. Okay, no. Cut the using it with Clerk. Fuck, redo that. In the soon-to-be-released open source repo, I have a lot of different examples to show how to use the library. Things like how to use it in a vanilla project, how to use it with React and Vite, how to use it with Next.js, how to use it with Supabase, how to use it with Convex. And one of the examples was broken. So I asked Opus, can you fix this example? Here's the error. Opus fixed the error by updating the SDK. And the SDK change broke all of the other examples. Not just like broke them when you run them and test them, it broke very basic type definitions within them. If it had just run bun run CI or bun run type check or something like that, it would have seen it. Not only did it not do that, it didn't even think to check if the things it was changing were used other places. And this has been my experience with Opus. It's so aggressively willing to unblock itself that it creates new problems in the process. It is weirdly quick to throw out things, or it is weirdly quick to just get the thing done, and often leaves a lot of things behind in the process. If people are asking about how I'm using it, I think I've made it pretty clear. I'm exclusively using people keep asking how I'm using them. I think I made it pretty clear. I'm exclusively using Opus through Claude Code here, and I'm exclusively using Codex 5.3 through the Codex CLI and the Codex desktop app. I'm using these things the way they were meant to be used by the creators of the things. And from my experience, Opus will get you a thing that mostly works faster. Sometimes will get you a thing that mostly works when Codex can't. But Codex won't miss all of the same things Opus will. Codex is a better engineer. It will take more time. The way I've described it is Codex is a measure twice, cut once model. Opus is a fuck measurements, cut 3 times and deal with the consequences model. Thank you for the link, Maria. A lot of people told me I prompted wrong here, but the example with the environment variables was an empty folder that just had a single CSV in it. That is it. But again, like, these all have their benefits and negatives, even though Codex does a much better job of unblocking itself and doing things correctly. Opus was able to do a real migration that I couldn't get Codex to do without causing way more errors. Also, I think part of why I went with the Opus build is just it looked better, which is another important thing to talk about. Opus is way better at front-end code. We'll get to that in a sec because I have one more example for this big overhaul thing. One of my favorite test problems is on an old project called Round. Round is also known as ping.gg, the video collaboration tool that we built when I was part of Y Combinator back in like winter 22 to make it easier to do live stream collaborations, to bring a guest onto your stream. This was built with the first ever version of the T3 stack before it was even called the T3 stack. And a lot of the libraries that it was built on are now very out of date, like absurdly out of date. Like the APIs are entirely different and don't even maintain the same shape. And this project is really hard to migrate because a lot of those dependencies are super intertwined. For example, if you bump the React version, then TRPC breaks because the TRPC React bindings for the really old version of TRPC have deep assumptions about how React works, and it pulls from deep imports that you're not supposed to touch in React to make it work. This caused most attempts to upgrade the repo to break because it would bump the React version in the next version. It would see the conflicts from the TRPC version, so it would then bump that as well. It would see conflicts from React queries, so it would bump that as well. All of a sudden, it's bumped everything, and none of it can be fixed because everything is broken. This test seemed like a great impossible test because none of the models could do it, and it was just fun to see how they would approach it and when they would fail with something like this. Codex did it. Codex 5.3 was the first model that solved this. I talked about this a bit in the Codex video that I did, but to put it simply, it did a great job of handling blockers. Instead of bumping everything and falling behind, they went a different approach. Codex would bump the first things it wanted to bump, it would see things break, and it would then patch package the things that were broken temporarily. Throughout this run, Codex built multiple patches for multiple packages to unblock the thing it was doing, finished doing the thing it was doing, and then went to bump the next thing and knocked down and removed that patch. It probably added and deleted 6 or 7 patches throughout this migration, and it was awesome. That is one of the coolest ways to solve this problem I've ever seen. If TRPC has this weird expectation about a React internal, Why would you handle the React internal, or why would you bump the version instead of just fixing the React internal thing? And it did it. Did it great. I was really impressed. This PR is probably ready to merge. I haven't had the time to sit down and make sure it's good, as well as be around if it does have problems so I can revert. I do expect to merge this in the next few weeks, though, which is crazy because this is a migration for an old repo that I haven't wanted to touch because all of the patterns and packages are so out of date, it's unpleasant. This is the type of migration work nobody wants to do. This is a 12,000 line of code plus minus PR. That sucks. And it just did it. Wild. I still can't believe it was able to do this one. Opus, not close. That said, Codex's diligence can hurt, especially in other harnesses. We don't know in detail how far that goes just yet because most people don't have access to 5.3 over API, but somebody does. Somebody you guys have heard me talk about before here. Cursor does. I got early access to Cursor's new long-running feature, meant to allow models to go for way longer. We're talking like 24 to 72-hour runs for crazy tasks. I was throwing this at things as absurd as moving Tori's web view off of native web view and into Chrome's embedded framework instead. I was throwing absurd shit at this. I had it building a new window manager for macOS. I've asked my team to give me tasks to throw at this out of curiosity, and one of them was migrating T3 Chat to the new AI SDK, v6 over v5. I had this run with two different models. I ran this one with Codex 5.3, and I ran this one with Opus 4.6. The AI SDK 6 migration using Codex went for over 20 hours. It did 85,000 lines of code added and wrote the most absurd amount of tests and some of the most absurdly thorough tests I've ever seen in my life across a ton of different things. I think something went wrong with this one. It seems like it got confused somewhere along the way. One of the compactions failed or something, and it decided its role was to write every test in the world and then some. Of these 85,000 lines, at least 80,000 of them are just tests being added. And this was Codex High Grind version on the long-running grind feature. I noticed it was taking way too long and that it was getting a little absurd and that this wasn't doing what it was supposed to. So I decided, just for fun, let's try the same thing, but with Opus instead. Opus worked for 8 minutes and 16 seconds and had it done and mostly working. Not bad. This is kind of the problem, though. Codex is so thorough that it will sometimes get lost in the fix everything loop that great engineers get stuck in. I've seen this a ton, where great engineers are just not shipping because they want to fix everything first. And Codex can fall for that trap to the point where you end up with this absurd gap here. I don't see this happening as much using the official Codex CLI, but it definitely does still happen. I've had times where I notice that this is taking longer than it probably should. Something must be wrong. And building that intuition for when a task is taking too long, why the task is taking too long, reading the trace to see where it got stuck, and fixing your code base, your Claude MD, Agents MD, and all of those things to help the model be more successful working in your code base are great skills to build. But it's important to know the difference between these models when you dive in the first place. And I've been caught pretty off guard by the level of thoroughness to the point of self-harm that Codex will do versus Opus just kind of shrugging its shoulders, being like, the code looks fine. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. Codex will try too hard. Opus will put way too much thought into how it can skip trying entirely. As such, I'll often have Opus unblock Codex, because if Codex is trying too hard to work around the blockers or fix the blockers, it might get trapped. If Opus gets around it doing something stupid, Codex can come in and fix it. And I've had a good time switching back and forth between them. Not to shill the company I invested in forever ago, Cursor, more, but This is one of the benefits of platforms like Cursor and OpenCode and other places where you can switch between the models. They have different strengths and weaknesses, and it's really nice to be able to switch accordingly. If I had to pick, like if you put a gun to my head and said you can only use one of these, I'm picking Codex because it's so much better at solving real problems I deal with every day, and I trust it to not leave things behind. I can trust it so much more. Opus is the Opus is the really, really smart engineer that drank way too much caffeine and just wants to ship. Codex is the kind of disgruntled, beaten up engineer that is scared of an outage and makes everything right just in case. As a result, it's also harder to get Codex to do things that the model might deem unsafe, like security stuff like if you want to do something that's slightly insecure, Codex will yell at you a lot and push back. Opus will just gladly go do it. If you want to do something like make a website for generating fake shipping receipts, Codex will not let you. They'll be like, no, this violates so much copyright and trademark, don't you dare. Opus is like, here you go. Want another version? You learn these things as you use them, but there are meaningful differences. There's a lot of stuff that Opus is willing to do that Codex isn't, but there's a lot of hard problems that Codex will consistently solve that Opus can't. I personally can see myself replacing Opus's role in my work more than I can see myself replacing Codex's role in my work, but Codex is the model that solves more problems for me. So again, for intelligence, I definitely feel as though Codex wins. There are catches, though. So let's dive into those. The exceptions. First, I'll do front end, specifically design. Opus slaughters here, specifically when you include the front end skill. I already have a dedicated video on which model is best at front end. Definitely check it out. The Opus 4.5 to 4.6 and Codex 5.2 to 5.3 changes did not meaningfully change the results there at all. So don't think it's out of date because it's one model behind. It's not. Everything in that video still stands. So if you're working on front end stuff, I would recommend reaching for Opus with that design skill. I do it all the time. I'll often, like two flows I'll often do. One is I'll have Codex build the thing and make it work, and then I'll have Opus come in and fix the UI. Another I'll do is I'll have Opus make a mock UI and then Codex come in and implement the whole thing. Next, and this is an interesting one, Swift. Also, I will say AppKit and Swift UI. I don't know what it is, but Codex kind of sucks at Swift. I don't know if it's just not in the training data, or if it's just not like a thing it gets, or if stuff's changed too fast. Opus is fine at it. I have had times where I had an error and I handed it to Claude Code and it couldn't figure it out. And then I handed it to Codex and it figured it out fine. But man, I don't know what it is, but just Codex is really bad at operating around a Swift code base in general. That isn't the case for a lot of other languages. I have found that Codex is phenomenal at Rust, and that Opus is a little too willing to skip around the borrow checker. Opus in general is like much more willing to drop an as any or an unsafe or all those other things. But also, this is all subjective. According to Naman, he's had the complete opposite experience with Swift, where it didn't work well with Opus and it worked great with Cursor, or like retake on that bit. Also note, everyone's experience is a bit different here. For example, Naman, who's an engineer I respect deeply, he's had a different experience with Swift. Apparently for him, Codex is much better at it and Opus is much worse. I will specifically say that my experience here was around project setup and scaffolding, weird debugging, and really, really niche UI characteristics and bugs, in particular with AppKit. For those things, I found that Opus was significantly better than Codex, and Codex kept breaking my build and getting confused. Codex did solve deeper bugs more reliably overall, though, as it tends to. Next, we have what I'll call using my laptop. This isn't computer use. This isn't the model getting the UI and clicking things and putting pixel locations and shit. This is, I want you to edit my zshrc to have this thing in it. Or I want you to go change my git config to do this thing. Or I want you to SSH to this other computer on my network and grab this stuff from it. Or Tell me how this feature on my computer works. For all of those things, I still love Opus. And honestly, I would keep paying the $200 a month sub just for this part. I use Opus to configure my computers. I use Opus to manage my network. I use Opus to do shit constantly. Codex has improved a lot here, especially with 5.3, because it's so much nicer to interact with. But I find Opus's quickness to unblock itself and work around things is really nice for this. I don't mind when it makes small mistakes when it's editing my ZishRC or it misses some small detail, because I'll just tell it to fix it. I don't want the thoroughness of Codex when I'm doing these types of things. I often want to do things that might be ill-advised or unsafe, and Codex is more likely to push back on that here too. So when I'm in my terminal, I find myself using Claude Code, but when I'm building in a real code base, I find myself using Codex. That has generally been my flow for the last few weeks, a few months at this point. And by the way, this point here is why Pete, who made OpenClaw, is still preferring Claude Code. By the way, this particular point is why Pete, the creator of OpenClaw, still recommends using Codex. I don't want to keep saying Codex. By the way, this particular point about how nice it is to use the model and how nice it is to use your computer is why Pete, who just joined OpenAI, the creator of OpenClaw, aka ClaudeBot, still recommends Anthropic models for ClaudeBot, because it's really nice for that case. Doing things and telling you what it's doing and why, Opus still feels a decent bit better. But at the same time, it gets so confused over like environment variables that you end up with me saying, oh, this was one. It just, this one really pissed me off. This is like an actual security flaw that was left in by Opus. This was from when I did the migration, getting the T3 Canvas stuff into T3 chat. It just, for whatever reason, made user ID a nullable field on image generations, which means it's possible for image generations to exist with no user attached. Why? No. We'll never let a user generate an image without a user attached to it. No. Fuck no. That's a huge issue. And I asked it, what the hell? Why is this nullable? No user should be able to generate something without it being tagged to them. And it read some files. You're right. Every generation entry point calls a certain non-anonymous, so the user's always authenticated. And then it kept reading, you're absolutely right. It upgraded how right I was. About a bug, a security flaw it introduced. These are the things Codex will never do. I can't say never. It obviously can at some point, but this is really where the difference shines. Opus will make stupid mistakes like this, but it will get you a working thing faster. But the result means you have to clean it up more. Codex is more willing to tell you the thing can't be done or that it will be hard. It's going to put the extra effort into doing everything correctly. But you won't have these cases as a result. And you also might have it get stuck along the way in such a way that it generates 85,000 useless lines of code in the wrong harness, or it just fails to make the thing work. Annoying. Genuinely annoying. But that's just how it is. Speaking of which, let's go check in on that security audit I had it doing on Shoe so that we can get it a little closer to launch. Actually, no, this is a review of the T3 Canvas PR. And look at that. It found another pile of bullshit that Opus did. It, instead of giving actual types to the shapes of the data that it's storing, it just did v.any, which lets you store arbitrary shaped blobs on a lot of these things. I did not realize until I asked it to do this audit that it had made things so disgustingly insecure. These are the things that make a working version faster, but also make it an absolute mess to clean up. And funny enough, Codex didn't catch that. Very interesting. I thought it absolutely would have. Can you take a close look at the DB schema and make sure all is good there? Let's see if the extra hint will help it here. Again, the benefits of using multiple models, multiple like AI code review tools, all of that is you might have a great model miss something. Like this is a thing Codex just entirely missed. And it's funny because it's a problem Opus caused, but also Opus is the one that noticed. And let's just check how the usage went here across these. Remember, I'm measuring this here. We're up to 3% used for my 4-hour session on Claude Code with just that one prompt. Remember, the only thing I've done in Claude Code since sitting down here was that review. And apparently in 4 hours, I can only do things like that. Like what, 34 times roughly? 100 divided by 3, you get the idea. To be at 3% already with one task, not great. Oh no, did I close that? Cool, yeah. Meanwhile, I'm still at 100% remaining for my usage for the 5-hour limit on Codex, and my weekly limit has not bumped at all, despite doing the same prompt and doing a pretty heavy follow-up here as well. Yeah. They're both generous, but I can see a path to hitting the limit in Claude. I cannot see it in Cursor. I cannot see hitting that limit in Codex at all. Like I'm trying and I'm not getting close. One more thing that makes me reach for Opus, I'll call it modern tools. Opus is trained on more modern data and seems to have more willingness to use said data. Both still love to reach for like 1 to 2 major versions behind on things like React and Next. Both still struggle with Tailwind v4 versus v3, so much so that I actually asked a question about this to Sam Altman at the OpenAI town hall thing that I was invited to. OpenAI models are not as good about using modern tools as Opus models are. This hurts a lot for things like Svelte, which I know hurts Ben deeply. Codex is just not as good at it as Opus is. Also things like Convex, which you guys all know I love. I often mix up when I'm trying to say Convex and Codex because the names are so similar. Convex is really bad in Codex, which is funny because the names are so similar and Codex is very thorough, but it just doesn't know Convex's patterns as well as Opus does. And I know what y'all are thinking. Can't you fix this with a skill? Can't you prompt better, give it more context? Yeah, kind of. But not having to is so much nicer. And every time you add something to your Agent MD or to your Claude MD that is more steering, that makes it more likely to solve that problem right, but more likely to solve other problems worse. And honestly, when I'm working on hard convex stuff, I'll reach for Opus and and honestly, as a result, when I'm working on hard convex stuff, I'll reach for Opus initially. There is an exception though. And somebody actually just brought it up in chat. Large code bases. Codex slaughters. Here. From Tangia Dan in chat, in our massive convex code base, Codex actually does perfectly fine in their observation. Yes, because again, Codex is a measure twice, cut once model. It checks the shit out of your code base to make sure it knows what it's doing before it does it. As a result, if there are good patterns in your code base already, Codex is very likely to follow them and make code that looks like what other engineers wrote. Opus will find the file where the problem is and then fix the problem with no regard for what's going on in the rest of the code base. The Claude MD is almost essential in code bases that are of any meaningful size that are using Claude and Claude Code, because the model's not going to put in the extra effort to see what the patterns look like across the code base. You know, the thing we've all done, we're trying to figure out how to solve a problem in a big code base, and we go look at other solutions that others have done and then copy paste them. It means that bad solutions get propagated really fast, but it also means good solutions in a high bar can be used to maintain quality. And Codex is going to do the thing I would want any good engineer to do. It's going to hunt around and see how others solve the problem and try to match that specific style and solution. Opus will implement the same thing 3 different ways and not tell you about it. And then you end up in hell. And it will do weird things like just bind any's everywhere in order to get around the fact that it's not being consistent with its own type safety. So even here where I was talking about Svelte being bad with convex so even like here where I was talking about both Svelte and convex being bad with Codex and better with Opus, if the code base is big enough, that problem goes away. I run into this more when I'm starting a new project. Like if I put either in an empty directory, they both have their own weird quirks and behaviors. Opus is quicker to make the changes in that empty directory. Codex is more likely to get confused and not know what to do unless it has good examples or references. But once it has those things, it will absolutely slaughter. A great way of framing this is, a great way of framing this from Naman in chat. Everything I'm saying implies that Opus relies more on its training data than Codex does. Codex tends to explore the patterns in an existing code base, but is worse at making new projects. Yes, absolutely yes. 100% the case. And I've had to adjust my patterns for starting new projects as a result of this. Like a silly example of something I do a lot. I might do a bigger video on how I'm thinking about patterns for stuff like this. Just a silly thing I've been doing, largely inspired by Ben's BTCA work. Models do a lot better with context. Getting them the right context is hard. It's a lot better if you give them what they need to get the right context. BTCA is a great way to let an agent make a request to another agent in the cloud or somewhere else on your computer to get data about another repo. But the way that Better Context does it is it runs a small haiku-style model to go do that analysis and get you an answer. It doesn't let the original agent do the exploration. So what I'll often do now is when there's a repo that's a good reference for something I'm working on, I'll go clone the repo somewhere else and then tell the agent about it. I even gave an example of this earlier. Leak environment variables. Cool. Like here. I want to make a bold change to the app. I want to integrate complete image generation, yada, yada. You saw me say this earlier. I have a version of this project already implemented at /users Theo code work T3 canvas. This is the context I wanted it to have. I wanted the model to know, by the way, all of the reference you need for this exists here. Use that as a reference point. Another thing I will do is I will start with a fork or a clone of a project that has parts of what I want to get the model going in the right direction. Like when I was trying to do my own window manager, I forked an existing one, trimmed as much out of it as I could, and then said, hey, Opus, or hey, Codex, I want something very different. Treat all of the code here as throwaway. It is meant to be a reference of other working implementations. Use that to figure out how these parts work, but we're building something new with it. And this whole vibe is really what I've been liking about Codex. It feels more like I'm engineering to an extent, where I have to point it at specific things and tell it what it needs and how to get it in order to build these things. But with Opus, I get an answer faster and a thing on my screen smoother, but less control of how it does it and more bugs as a result of what it does. Fuck, I got another point I wanted to make here. And being that we're throwing all of this into the non-determinism machine, none of this will be consistent for everyone. Like, you might have had the exact opposite experience of everything I've said here. I would argue if that inverted experience is consistent, that you might just have fewer hours than me on this. Most of the engineers I talk to who have been using these things for a while mostly agree with the stuff I'm saying here. But man, the ability for Codex to navigate a giant code base and make good, meaningful, small changes is miraculous, especially when you consider how much better it is at communicating than 5.2 was and how steerable it is. That's actually the other thing I wanted to mention, the steerability. When I'm running Claude code on a task, I am often scared to send a follow-up while it is running. If it is doing something, I'm like, wait, no, do this instead. And I hit send. Let's say it has a 4-step plan and it's on step 2 of the plan and it's doing something wrong. I'll say, no, do it this way instead. It'll make that one change and then it stops. It just forgets about the plan. And then I'll be like, no, you need to finish the plan. It gets back to it. It compacts, it loses context of what it's doing, and then it stops again, and it's basically impossible to recover. I've had that so many times with Claude Code that it's driving me fucking mad. Honestly, Claude Code is quickly becoming my least favorite harness. It just has so many weird quirks and bugs and inconsistencies. FaZe, if we still have the crash out when I was trying to demo this on stream a few days ago, put that here. Yeah, it's made me crash out many a time. Yeah. Claude Code is quickly becoming the worst part of using Claude models. It needs to be fixed. It is inexcusable at this point. Codex is way more minimal and you can do way less with it overall, but at least it fucking works. Yeah. So I run into those types of things a lot with Claude Code and with Opus. But with Codex, I have found that it's much easier to steer. To tell it, no, I want you to do this instead while it is working, and it will take that into account, make the adjustment, and then continue what it was doing. They also have 2 different modes for sending follow-ups, and by default, it queues them, but there's a little button you can hit to send it immediately, to interrupt effectively and say, no, I want you to do this differently, and it just works. Meanwhile, Claude Code is the opposite. If you don't want to send it immediately, you have to manually stash it with Control S. Now I have the thing I had typed there stashed. Some fun facts. Compaction will kill your stash. Pasting an image can sometimes kill your stash. Switching threads will kill your stash. Half the commands, including model switching, will kill your stash. So it's very easy to have something queued via the stash and then lose it. Of the things I have put into the stash in Claude Code, I have probably lost 2/3 of them. So I just don't use the feature anymore because I don't trust it. And that's honestly the biggest difference between them. And I really want to emphasize this point, and I don't care if I get flamed. It's the truth. I trust Codex more, but I like Opus more. Codex is the one I would trust with my code base. Codex is the one I would trust with the security of my app, with code reviews, with huge overhauls, with reviewing PRs, with doing my fucking job with me and for me. But Opus is nicer. Opus is more fun. Opus is a pleasant thing to work with. It's very fun to talk to. It will glaze the shit out of you. It will make beautiful looking UIs. It'll make you feel like a god engineer. But Codex will make your code work. And Codex won't cut corners. If you came into this video looking for an answer to which model you should use, I am sorry that I made it much harder. I understand what this video is going to do, and it isn't going to answer your questions. It's probably going to give you more. If you don't know what to pick, I would recommend using Codex. And if you absolutely hate it, you just don't like interacting with it, you find that the way it works is unpleasant, give Opus a shot. It might surprise you. I personally find that Codex is much better at working in big code bases, finding solutions to real problems, and not leaving any stone unturned to make sure the changes are complete. And Opus gets you an answer faster, unblocks itself more aggressively. It is just overall more pleasant to talk to. There are a lot of other layers here, like you really should be prompting these different models entirely differently. Opus needs to be told what to do. Opus needs to be told what to do. Codex needs to be told what you want. Opus needs to not be interrupted. Codex doesn't care. Opus needs a really good plan done in plan mode with all of the questions answered. Codex, the plan could be treated more as a dynamic thing you build throughout via just a conversation. I found that if I wasn't using plan mode in Opus, everything fell apart. I forget Codex even has a plan mode because I don't feel like I need it. Just like intuitions you build after using them, and it's going to be different for everyone in every code base with every Claude MD or Agents MD in every harness. This is all non-deterministic more than ever. If you thought it was hard to pick between React and Svelte, you're in for a rough time because it's even harder. But there is a big benefit here, and this is the thing I think people miss a lot. Everyone's like, Theo, you're changing tools every week. There's no way you're actually productive. None of this shit's hard to learn and pick up. Switching models is often switching which CLI command I run, or which dropdown I pick in Cursor, or which app I open. There isn't much to learn to swap between them, especially now that things like skills are being shared syntaxes and standards across different things. And as long as you use a tool like skills.sh, it will keep things symlinked across them. Switching models has never been cheaper and easier. It's awesome. You got to play with them all to understand the benefits of them all. And if you're not using either for anything, you're falling behind a bit. These models are insane. The work they can do is unbelievable to me. They have massively increased not just like how much code I am shipping, but the types of problems I am willing to take on and the size of those problems. I've had a phenomenal time with both of them. It really does feel hard to pick wrong. But to be very frank, I have seen Opus do way, way, way more stupid shit. But I've seen Codex struggle to get the thing working slightly more because it's trying so hard to get everything right. Opus commits more sins in my code bases, but Codex will stop me. Opus commits more sins in my code base, but Codex will get a little more tripped up by the existing sins in it. Opus will make my front end beautiful, but not function. Codex will make sure everything works and looks like it was coded in 2008. Opus costs significantly more and is going to burn down Opus costs more and will cause Opus will waste more water and energy and cost more. Codex will burn significantly more tokens even when it doesn't matter. And very importantly, Codex was built exclusively for coding. We still don't have a standard 5.3. Opus is a general model, which means it's better at things like copy, like answering questions, like being a pleasant partner to work with. And that's why Opus feels nicer and why so many people, myself included, like it more. Yet we all find ourselves doing way more work in Codex. Codex is what I would recommend today. It is probably what I'll recommend tomorrow. We'll see what happens with all the chaos with all these open weight models and what happens when Codex and GPT 5.3 are finally on the APIs. And maybe, just maybe, we'll finally see a Sonnet 5 in the next few weeks, which could very well change everything. But for now, you need to just go play with them. It's hard to know what works for you until you've tried it yourself. So go give it a shot. And let me know what you think. Am I insane for thinking Codex is this much better, or have you seen the hype as well, tried it, and realized Codex is good at solving these really hard problems? There are benefits and negatives to all of these models and all of the ways you can use them, but it's important to experiment and figure out what works well for you. This is what's working for me, and I hope this can help you make your own decisions for your own work and projects, and maybe convince your employer that it's worth paying for both of these subs. By the way, if your employer isn't paying for your AI stuff yet and you're writing code every day, convince them or find a new employer. This stuff is too valuable to not take advantage of. Let me know what y'all think, and until next time, keep prompting. Cool. I have a teleprompter, but just to mirror myself, I don't put text on it. I need to think more about what the skills video even will be, but that is the thing I want to do. Everybody want to say about Anthropic earlier? I have not yet. I think we have enough for that video, so we should be fine. Make that in here. I did want to see if Codex figured out the any's here. It didn't. You know what? This should be in. Cool. Phase, sneak this into whenever I was running this audit. Cool. Editor magic here, sneaking this part in because I asked it about the indexes here and specifically about analyzing the schema to see if it catches on to those any's and how bad they are. It caught on to a missing index shape and a generation to turn thing that's non-unique, but it didn't seem to catch on to the any's. I told it, are you not concerned about all of the any's? Valid concern, checking all new canvas code for v.any and TypeScript any usage. Yeah. All of these returns v.any usages in Canvas are the type safety gap. Yeah, there we go. Is that where they were? Was it not in the schema? I probably should have read what Claude Code said a bit closer. Yeah, all of the returns v.any. Okay, so it got misled because I told it was in the schema, but it wasn't. So I thought this was going to be an example of it knowing codex worse, or I thought this was going to be an example of codex knowing convex worse. It does not seem to be. It just seems to have missed these or thought it was a reasonable pattern. No, this is awful. Yeah, like you don't even need these return statements in convex. It just will infer the returns. Can you delete all of those returns v.any calls? They're entirely unnecessary as types are inferred by default. Make sure you run your type checking so that we don't leave any gaps in our type coverage in the final version. Cool. You're getting a real-time idea of how I work. Like, I know on one hand, it's a little absurd to be hopping between these two $200 a month subs, but this is not far from how I actually do the work, where I'll tell both models to give feedback on the stuff. And some find some things, others find other things, and then I tell the model I prefer or trust more, in this case Codex, to go fix the things that were found across them. Looks like that worked. Cool. You get the idea. Anyway, whatever we were saying before, let's go back to that. I remember all the points I want to make about a topic and its tangential concepts if I don't have a script or notes. I pray. I hope for the best. I often end up missing things and having to go back and film extras. Jesus. Okay. This is actually worth putting in. Marker Opus section about costs. Just as a random example of how generous things are on Codex, Bot Cooper from my community has done an absurd number of tokens, like 1.3 billion. The API cost estimates are in the $1,000+ range. They've been using Codex as their subscription in these tools since February 6th. They've done what they estimated would have been over $1,000 of API usage across Opus on API costs. And they've yet to even hit the 60% mark of either the 5-hour or weekly quotas on Codex. That's insane. They are subsidizing so much inference on these platforms right now. Codex is too generous. Claude Code's subscriptions are also very generous, but like, if you are actually managing to hit the limits on these, I hope you're doing it with something that can make you money, because doing 1 billion tokens without shipping anything is a little absurd. But man, these things are crazy. That level of inference, this scares me as the founder of T3 Check, because I have to pay API prices when we add things. you guys don't as subscribers. It's insane. Apparently on February 9th, on February 9th alone, he did 100 million tokens. Insane. And it costs nothing. So just part of the plan. Wild. Actually absurd. It is impossible to hit these limits. FaZe, I think you might have sent the wrong links for me to send as reviews. If you can, Michael Chan, FaZe, if you can just hit him up with the like shareable links, I really appreciate that. Yeah, thank you, FaZe. Yeah, the links are the. I will fix all of this with my product, I promise. I will work more on lawn next week, hopefully. Yeah, we will not have that problem. Cool. That's actually one more extra for Opus. Cool. I don't know where to put this part, so FaZe, I'll trust you to find somewhere to squash it or squeeze it in. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. One more thing that has been just irking me with OpenAI, especially around the Codex 5.3 stuff, is the rerouting that they are doing. I liked it when they did this for 4.0. So like just for context, GPT 4.0 is a dangerous model that's a little too willing to encourage bad emotional attachment type behaviors. So OpenAI started auto-routing queries that were going to 4.0 that were emotional to GPT-5 instead. Initially, they wouldn't tell you this, but they updated the UI to say this was resolved by GPT-5 instead of 4.0 because we detected it was like an emotional thing. They're doing the same with 5.3, where they're doing the same thing with 5.3, where if they suspect you're using it for some risky cyber abuse type task, like you're using it to hack people, they'll auto route you to 5.2 because they trust it more, not just because like it has better security built in, more so they trust it to not be able to do the thing that is potentially dangerous because they've vetted it more. The problem is that it doesn't tell you when this happens. It is hard to see if you got routed to 5.2 instead of 5.3, except that they behave differently enough when you actually use them that you'll notice all of a sudden you're not getting information about the tool calls. It just does a wall of 50 tool calls. I'm okay with them doing this, to be clear. I am not okay with them doing this in a way that is not very visible, and certainly not in a way that is account-wide, where if they detect your account is doing these things, they will flag your whole account to be routed to 5.2 instead. Entirely unacceptable. If they just rerouted you to the more, or if they exclusively reroute you to 5.2 on specific queries they're worried about, and they show you in the UI that they did that, I think it's totally fine. Doing this in a less transparent way sucks. Thankfully, they've been very upfront about this publicly, and in particular, there was a bug where a meaningful percentage of their users, I think it was like 4 or 9%, I don't remember, a meaningful percentage of users were getting rerouted to 5.2 erroneously. Like they made a bug and a mistake that caused it. It has since been fixed. I don't think many people will hit this at all anymore, but it sucks that it happened, and it does burn trust, especially when they don't put it in the UIs that you're using. Meanwhile, Anthropic does not do stuff like this ever. they just ban your account. So it checks and balances everywhere here. I've seen way more people get banned by Anthropic than I've seen people hit with this. These private labs suck here. This is why open weight's so important. But also, we're now at a point where these models can solve real security things and find novel cyber attack mechanisms. Some level of protection is necessary. Yeah. Anthropic would hide the fact that this stuff was happening and just ban people. OpenAI, almost to a fault, will go public with it and say, like this is so much info to just give to users. On one hand, it makes it so they're more toxic, and I've experienced this myself. If you are too transparent, you end up giving a lot of leverage to the people who want to talk shit. But at the same time, the thing they did here sucks. I get it. They need to do better here. But that is far from the only thing we're here to talk about. Let's dive into everything else that matters. Cool. If you have been complaining similar to this for a bit, you might get a ban. Oh, geez, like literally every single one of your takes is atrocious. I almost want to just keep you around to like study you. Like the straight up conspiracy theories and borderline like schizo thinking about OpenAI, combined with the insistence that Tori is great and Electron's a waste of time, to saying OpenAI is only doing this to fool people. Oh, banned him when I was reading. This is this last one. OpenAI is the bad actor for not banning you. Anthropic are the good people for banning you. Like, that is such a fucking delusional take. What? Yeah, don't worry. I'll ban them for good now. You can do an appeal if you want to grow up a little. I think they're figuring out what they want to do with the API still. Yeah, a lot of spam today. Do I go through ban appeals on stream? I've considered it. Last big message in your history? Okay. Drop deck prompted this with Codex. Took 4 sessions to publish it in functional state. Agents are insane. Took around 1 day to get it working. The description of what you wanted on the $20, but on the free $20 and on the free trial they gave it out to your country. It's insane. Yeah. The generosity with this stuff's been nuts. You know what? I want to just check my ban appeals quick. It's been a minute. Let's unban requests. What's going on here? I know I have some. You have moderator access. Go figure it out. We thank all the subs I missed while we were doing that. Thank you, got you, DZ. Regardless, thanks for the 4 months. Furtive Spy with the 18. Devi Prasad 997 with the 3 months. Canoe Keith, the fucking legend. Always good to see you. Hope you're doing well. 4 months in. 7 Tent with the tier 1. Oscar Brielle with the 2 months. Extremely fun being in model and harness agnostic. Everything's good. Absolutely agree. Honestly, it feels like employees at the labs are at a disadvantage because they might have the best model that they can use every day for a few weeks, but something better comes out from somebody else and they're fucked. What are you talking about here? I don't think your spam this does, but I'll stop monitoring. Team IDE, not familiar. Maybe I'll look into it later, but like I want to build my thing. I know what I want. I'm gonna just build it. The next talk scale at latest. Yeah, I have NDA models and all my stuff, so I'll play with this later. DM me and I'll look at it post stream. Thank you, Nair, for the tier 3 fucking legend for 2 years now. God damn. And Itchy Hess with the 2 months of support. Also, sorry for neglecting you guys over on YouTube. It's because I've been actually using this browser for other things. Harness and Orchestrator are much more important than people know. Mac and Nix only for T3 coder Windows. Also, yeah, we'll have it on Windows soon. They'll probably beat us to it, but we will have all things supported. What do we want to film now? Chandra back, green light. Fuck yeah, thank you, Face. Cool. I think we should do future of TypeScript. I don't read code anymore. Could be fun too. Let's do future TypeScript. Gemini drop. What? This is bullshit. The progress on TypeScript 7 link is really good as well. Thank you, Frank. Or France Kier. My brain auto corrects your name to Frank every time. Okay, the Gemini Deep Think stuff. I don't care about Google releases until I can use them. And usually once I use them, I care even less because they suck to use. Oh, thank you, Box Model Dev, for the sub. Happy that you've been appreciating the content. Thanks for the Prime. Oh, Commander. Good to see you here as well. Giving Ryan shit, making him go read Effect. Are you guys going to Effectify open code? I mean, if you can use GitHub Copilot through open code, that's probably fine. But like, if you ask them like, hey, I want to try Codex or Claude Code, and they say like hard no, and it's frustrating you and you're using them personally and seeing the value, yeah, push it. Fuck it, that'll be fun. Yeah, guys, go like this. I want to see poor Ryan be forced to read the entirety of the effect docs on stream. I haven't even made my agents read the whole effect docs. I've honestly only been using Cursor through the web app and their background agent stuff. I actually really like the Cursor background agents. I suspect the future is a lot less NIDE. You might have even noticed I'm back on VS Code because it's faster. So as a recent grad, feel like your coding skills and such have just completely gone to zero. How do you keep your skills sharp while exploring the tools? Just build shit. Build a ton of shit. Build a thing, run into 15 problems, and then go build things to solve those problems. Yo, Black Rain with the continued gift sub. Thank you for that. Background agents are great because you can like run them for much longer. They're not editing files. And like I can be working on my computer on a code base and have a background agent working on the same code base for much longer. I can close my laptop and it's still going. I can have other tools reviewing it. Somebody else in the team can pick it up. I can trigger it from Slack. I can do all sorts of shit. Is replacing Minimax or Haiku with Minimax for subagents a good idea? Depends on what the subagent is doing. If it's doing exploration of the code base, almost certainly not. Ben has a lot of benchmarks on this because the open models are really, really bad at it. There's a lot of tools like this. I honestly just find the best solution is to let the model have access to the code base on your computer. Oh, Ami made this. I know these guys. I might have invested. Did I invest in these guys? I think I did. I'm like 60% sure I did. Oh, is Ami just fucking Aiden's thing? Oh yeah, this is just Aiden's thing, and he has a new product as part of it. Cool. Changed names too much. I've lost track of it all. Oh shit, Mickey, good to see you, man. I've not been watching anything. I am so fucking behind on everything. I'm at over 160 investments. I have absolutely lost track of them. That's just reality. You haven't met other Aiden yet, Aiden? We'll fix that when you're here. Okay, let's film something. I need to film. Future TypeScript seems like a good bet. Let's do that. There's actually a good gap to highlight. You have the actual link for it? Oh yeah, the switching strict to true is a huge one. Let's do it. TypeScript or future of TS. Let's do it. Yeah. It's not particularly secret that I really, really like TypeScript. It made me go from hating web development to enjoying it quite a lot. It's a great language. Well, in some ways, yes. In others, no. TypeScript is still stuck with a lot of the baggage of JavaScript, but JavaScript's also the most prominent language in the world. It's super easy to run, it works everywhere, and there's a crazy ecosystem of tools. TypeScript has helped bridge a lot of the gap and make JavaScript way, way easier to work with and use reliably, because JavaScript does not have the affordances many other languages do around correctness and guarantees that things are going to do what they're supposed to do. TypeScript was built because Microsoft wanted to use JavaScript at Microsoft scale, which might sound like nonsense, but it does make sense when you realize how many millions of lines of code Microsoft puts out every single week. If your systems aren't built for correctness, your systems are going to collapse under the weight of that type of shipping. And TypeScript was built by the creators of C# in order to try and solve those problems. At first, it didn't seem like it made a lot of sense, but then Angular adopted it from Google. Yes, Google adopted TypeScript before Microsoft had meaningfully done the same thing. That caused the whole world to wake up to its powers, and eventually we ended up where we are now, where the vast, vast majority of web code is written in TypeScript using packages that were written in TypeScript too. So where does that put us today? Seems like this is solved, right? No. TypeScript's been an evolving language and target for quite a long time now, and it's made a ton of progress with everything from performance in the compiler to features to just following standards. but it has a lot of issues too. Things like the default setup not being strict at all because it doesn't have the strict mode on, things like the performance not being great for large code bases, weird rules and inference, and just strange behaviors around recursive type definitions. TypeScript is far from perfect, even within the confines of it being a JavaScript wrapper effectively, but the TypeScript team is aware and they're trying to fix it. There have been a bunch of really cool changes. They've been publishing awesome blog posts throughout all of this that I want to take some time to go through with y'all. From the progress on TypeScript 7, which might confuse you because we're currently on 5, hopefully the fact that TypeScript 6 is now in beta makes this more expected. Hopefully the fact that TypeScript 6 is now in beta makes it a little easier to understand where we're going. The current mission is to make TypeScript 7, the roadmap from 5 to 6 to 7 is a little bit chaotic, but what it gets us is magical. We're going to have a way faster and more reliable TypeScript experience, and our agents shouldn't have to care at all. I can't wait to break down how we get there and what the future for TypeScript looks like. Huge shout out to Daniel Rosenwasser and the rest of the TypeScript team, both for their transparency and the hard work they are doing to make all of this happen. But before we can talk about this, while I haven't paid for writing while I have made a lot of money writing TypeScript, the TypeScript and Microsoft teams do not pay me a cent. The only people paying me for this video are today's sponsor. Cool. It's time to talk about the future of TypeScript. I think it's important to understand a bit about the past and how we got here in the first place, though. Because remember, the original role of TypeScript was to take these giant JavaScript code bases and make them a little easier to work with at companies of large sizes. So if you're Microsoft, maybe most of your stuff is built for Windows and native apps, but you probably need to have some websites. And if those websites are getting big, maybe you put a lot of work into the web version of, I don't know, Outlook. Making sure changes in one place don't break things in other places is essential. And TypeScript was really built to solve that problem. TypeScript was built to make changes in one place, not break things in other places. And it did a great job at that. But there's a weird thing that happens when you fix a problem in a universal technology. Let's draw out a spectrum. Let's say that before TypeScript, if you split all apps up, that JavaScript would work for the apps that are to the left of here. So JS is fine, is this area here. And here you need a real language. The reasons why this area, as much as I love the JavaScript and the web ecosystem, the harsh reality is that this little area here is pretty real in terms of like what you were able to do before. Because for lots of reasons, be it the performance of JavaScript runtimes, the performance of the computers that we were using, the ability to distribute JavaScript, the ability to run it on the server, which did not exist at all at the time, and your ability to trust the code that you're building and shipping, all of that was relatively low with JavaScript. And if you were building anything meaningfully complex that needed meaningful performance or worked outside of the browser at all, JavaScript just wasn't an option. But we started to solve some of those problems. Node meant that JavaScript could leave the browser, or the V8 engine in Chrome got so good that suddenly JavaScript was performing pretty well. Things like Node took that performance and brought it to the server so you could run Node outside of the browser. Things like Electron made it easier to use JavaScript to build real-feeling desktop applications. And then TypeScript, which made those reliability guarantees much more consistent and made it possible to trust the code you're writing in JavaScript in ways you never could have before. Obviously, there are things like how much performance is improved on the computers we're using every day as well, RAM being, at least for a little bit, more accessible. Sadly, that's changed, but you get the point. JavaScript became a more and more usable language, a more serious language, a more compelling option. And TypeScript is just one of the parts of that. But it really feels like TypeScript shifted this line a ton, where the majority of apps not only could be written with TypeScript, but I would argue probably should be. Like this whole area here, at the very least, is fully reasonable to be using TypeScript for. Almost every time I've seen someone insist that TypeScript cannot do this thing, I've looked into it, and there is some level of just fundamental misunderstanding they have that makes them feel that way. And now we're in a world where the vast majority of projects are totally fine with TypeScript, but there are some places that just need native perf. You know, with something like Go or Rust or C or C++. There are still things that need that. I would argue it's fewer and fewer by the day. And there's also tools like Bun or even just manually writing C++ shims for Node that allow you to get the native performance for the things you do need it for. But the point I'm trying to make here is that over time, all of these things have pushed this bar to the right as more and more of the problems that made JavaScript and TypeScript unusable for most applications have been eliminated time and time again. But the point I'm trying to make specifically is that when you do something like TypeScript, it feels like you're solving the problems in this small section, because you are. You're making some people who are stuck in this corner feel less stuck. But the same thing that makes using TypeScript in this little piece so useful result in the size of this piece growing inherently. And that's what happens with TypeScript. Not only is TypeScript making our web apps more type safe, it's letting us bring JavaScript outside of the server. It's letting us bring JavaScript outside of the browser. It's letting us do crazy things with our type systems, like full stack type safety from server to client. It's letting us build type systems that encapsulate our entire code bases. Type systems that encapsulate our entire code bases. Hell, it's letting us do insane things like rebuilding all of Doom as TypeScript types. And to be clear, I'm not saying that they rewrote Doom in TypeScript. I'm saying they used TypeScript's type system that happens to be Turing complete to generate frames of Doom. One of the craziest projects I've ever seen. Like, because TypeScript is so good and solved the problems we had in the browser, it has now pushed us way outside of the browser to do things that the TypeScript team could never have imagined. But this means we now have a new problem. TypeScript solved the problems we had building small web apps with JavaScript, but now we have gigantic TypeScript apps. And as a result, TypeScript is slow. Not that the language is slow. V8 helps prevent that, but TypeScript compilation is slow. Actually building your TypeScript app and checking all of the types and making sure everything is correct before you put out the JavaScript you actually run, that is hard to do. All of TypeScript's checker, the entire TypeScript checker is a single gigantic TypeScript file. This is not the right file. Does anybody know which specific file is the right one? The like single gigantic file that is the majority of TypeScript? Is it the parser? I think it's parser. Fucking hate the right sidebar breaking my scroll abilities. Let me just do this way. Yeah, here it is. Oh, is it checker TS? That makes sense, actually. Yeah, it's checker TS. The majority of the TypeScript type checking is a single 55,000 line file that causes GitHub to error out when you try to view it. 55,000 lines of TypeScript. This is the majority of the language and the things that we know and care about that we call TypeScript. It is this single giant file that breaks most of the things you try to open it in. It is a 3 megabyte file of text. That is the TypeScript that we use and build on top of every single day. TypeScript is written in TypeScript for a ton of reasons. The main one that matters is that TypeScript is built on JavaScript, and JavaScript is a very, I'll use the word flexible language. JavaScript's quirks are hard to model in other things. Since TypeScript is written in TypeScript, it's much easier to model the type system because you have JavaScript resolving it. But JavaScript's a terrible language for writing compilers in. JavaScript's strengths around its event loop are great for weird async workloads like requests coming in, database calls being waited for, and additional requests being responded to in that time. JS is great at those things. It is not good at these types of fixed top-to-bottom workflows like a compiler. It just isn't good at that. There are other languages that are, and that's a big part of what's happening now. Put it simply, TypeScript itself is too big now, TypeScript code bases are too big now, and TypeScript is too slow, specifically for type checking. These problems did not matter before when we were just building these small web apps. Now they matter a lot. Even when I was at Twitch, back when I was at Twitch, we rebuilt the whole web app in TypeScript and React, and even just 2 years in, it got to the point where it was taking 5 minutes from when you ran npm run dev to when you could actually see the dev environment. There have been a lot of developments to help with those types of things, but the type checker is still slow. And that is a huge part of what Microsoft is trying to fix now. I'll emphasize the things that they're thinking about, and then we'll dive into all the coverage. The first thing is better defaults for humans and agents. Then there is the important piece, type checking performance. And of course, another really useful one, and one last really important one, better information when things go wrong. This is stuff like your compiler errors, your traces, all of the things that are necessary for either a human or an agent to identify when your types are bad. And this is why the recent changes are happening. You might have already heard about this. If not, I'm about to blow up your entire brain. TypeScript is being ported. Do you know where? To Go. Go is an interesting choice. I covered this in my video. I do think it's the right choice because Go is relatively flexible. And the biggest negative to Go versus Rust, other than how awful the type system is the garbage collector. Garbage collection can make real-time performance rough because you never know when you're going to hit a garbage collection pass and might have to not get the next request out so much. If you write code in Rust and it takes 1 millisecond to respond, it will always take 1 millisecond to respond. If you write the same code in Go and it takes 1 millisecond to respond, it might randomly sometimes take 10 milliseconds because the garbage collector had to spin up and clean up everything in memory. Do you know who doesn't care about those random spikes? Compilers. Because compilers don't care about the exact frame the thing is done on. Compilers care about doing things as efficiently as possible, reasonably speaking. And if it has to do some garbage collection throughout, who fucking cares? Who cares at all? It doesn't matter. Go, for that reason, is great. Go's flexibility is also great because JavaScript is a bad language and Go will not be as strict about how you work with it. And they are now very deep in this port. So what's this TypeScript 5.6.7 stuff? Well, now that my comment section is flooded with 6.7, I'll break it down. TypeScript 6 is the clean shit up version, and TypeScript 7 is the Go version. What do I mean by this? Well, the nature of any tool, especially something like TypeScript, is that there's a ton of tech debt, a ton of questionable things that happened in the past that are still being maintained. They've historically maintained all of this, but now that they're building a fresh start for TypeScript that's meant to be fully identically compatible with the Go version, maintaining both in parallel sucks. And the more they can do to trim down the weird shit in TypeScript, the easier it is to keep these two things aligned. So a lot of the TypeScript 6 efforts are trying to get TypeScript aligned with TypeScript Go. Because, spoiler, TypeScript Go is already out and entirely usable. We're using it for a ton of our projects already. It's really good. It has its issues. It randomly crashes and has memory leaks here and there. But overall, it is significantly more performant, like 10 plus times more performant. But there's already a decent bit of drift between TypeScript Go and TypeScript 5. And 6 is meant to close a lot of that drift while also doing a bunch of small things that I personally have wanted for a long time. And the goal is to get TypeScript 6 to a point where it is so well aligned with the Go version that in not much time, hopefully by end of this year, they'll be able to deprecate it and go all in on the Go version with TypeScript 7 onwards. My hair and I are not getting along today. Cool. And this is why I'm so excited for the TypeScript 6 beta. TypeScript 6 is a unique release in that we intend for it to be the last release based on the current JavaScript codebase. As they announced last year, they are working on a new codebase for the TypeScript compiler and language service written in Go that takes advantage of the speed of native code and shared memory multithreading. This is another big piece with why Go and not Rust. Having multiple threads editing the same memory at the same time is a thing Rust will fight you super hard on. Go doesn't give a fuck. Very helpful for what they're doing. This new codebase will be the foundation of TypeScript 7 and beyond. TypeScript 6 will be the immediate precursor to that release, and in many ways, it will act as the bridge between 5.9 and 7. As such, most changes in TypeScript 6 are meant to help align and prepare for adopting 7. With that said, there are some new features and improvements that are not just about alignment. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of this release. No way. This changes from me. Whew. Oh man, that is wild. I did not know this was in here until now. Oh boy, that is crazy. Okay, context on this one. I need to do a short rant. I am so sorry, but you guys claim you want more of these nerd out videos. You're getting a fucking nerdy one here. Let's do it. I need to find Trash Dev tweeting at me about this. Fuck, I'm trying to find it. I know this was public. It was back when we were working on upload thing. Oh, this would have been at t3.gg then. That makes it a little easier to find, hopefully. This would be harder to find this way. Fuck. It was fuck, who's the guy who used to work on XState that does all the TypeScript contributions? Because he was in the thread here too. Fuck. Because of an M, I think. Chat, that's what you guys do. Andarist, that's what I was thinking of. Don't know why I thought it was an M. Haha, found it. Yes, okay. This one goes back to 2023 when I was first working on Upload Thing. Upload Thing was meant to heavily lean into TypeScript so that we could configure a type-safe file uploading solution that had everything from the return types from the API to the things being passed to your authentication, authorization, all of that be fully type-safe. The structure I wanted for this is that you had an object that had the function for what you would expect the user to send, verify, and then a different thing that you would return. But there was a problem here. Let's see if I can hop over to the TS play that I actually originally made here. So here we have this type, config. It has two sub functions. These are like keys in the object. The function here takes in request, and it returns promise of type T. Then there's another function in here that has a response, and this has metadata of type T. The reason for this is because this function, the reason that we built it this way with Upload Thing is we wanted whatever you did in the first function to be returned in the second function as like the prop, or the reason, read on this, yeah. The reason we did things this way in Upload Things, we wanted to take the input function and pass whatever you did in it to the next function, but we wanted the type here to match. And we could not get it to do this. It was our understanding with how TypeScript worked that I should be able to define a function here that has some type in it. It returns ID as type number, and response should know that it is type number. Oh, yeah. Okay, now I found the bug here. Okay, cool. Yeah. So here's where things get really weird. We manually specify that request is of type request on this input function here. But if we remove that, it can correctly infer that request is type request. So it knows that. We didn't hard code it. But if we hard code it, it knows that this has number. If we don't include that, it fails to match the type of this properly, and it breaks the return type of the second thing. The type of this function did not change, to be very clear. Adding :request here does not change anything. The type of this is exactly the same, but an internal mapping that bound this to this through TypeScript's inference layer caused that to break, even though it knows that request is type request. Nothing changed here, here, or here, but because of how the generics work of defined functions within an object of this, it failed. This made it so we couldn't use the pattern you're seeing here for Upload Thing. We had to go with builder pattern instead. And it pissed me off a lot. And I was not the only one who was pissed. When I showed this to Trash, he was like the TypeScript wizard in my circle at the time. He concluded it had to be a bug. It kind of felt like one. Tagged in Andarist, tagged in Matt Pocock. Made an even simpler version here where... Wait, why is this one like that? Oh yeah, if you define it not as an arrow function, but as a standard function definition, it would break. Yeah. Facing this might be over my head since this, if I recall, would have to change how the inference for reverse map types are made in the first place. It seems too fundamental to touch this by me. And there was a lot of back and forth. He actually got a PR up that fixed it a while ago. But it looks like it might be fixed now. Yeah, and here it said if you wrote method syntax instead, it would break. Error, y is of type unknown. Yep, this is the exact fucking problem. No way. No fucking way. Let's switch over to the nightly. No, it's still broken. Maybe if I define it like this. No. I just got so excited. I was so excited for this one. Well, this change was provided by Mateus. Man, I was so excited they might have fixed that. Oh. So it works for intra-function definitions. So if I understand... Oh, no, this should be that. This is a fake function helper. This should do it. Can I just do that? Oh, I know the problem. That is dumb. Fuck me. It only goes down one layer. Because this helper is wrapping arbitrary keys here, these sub-objects aren't being hit. It's going to be a little annoying to rewrite to prove my theory. But, yeah, let's try it. This is going to be so annoying to rewrite. Fuck. Jason's record. You know what? You know, saying get codecs to do it. You're not wrong. I want to rewrite the following code example to take advantage of the, what are they calling it here? Okay. We shall see how it does. I'll go try to do it by hand while we wait for that. Okay, so what I want is a new version of this, effectively, that just takes in the config. So let's... I have the original link. I can just destroy this. It's fine. Input should now just be config t, and change this to be input. Well, no, it's the only arg. So I think I just delete that and that. Okay, cool. Good so far. And if this is correct, yes, I was right. Wait, no, that's still right, though. Interesting. Will this break in older versions? Nope. Okay, fuck me. Sad news. Well, happy news. There's a solution that works, but it would require me to wrap every single one of these objects with a helper of some form. I can't just stub them out, which sucks. Also, if you do that wrapper, it seems to work in old versions too. So while I was hopeful this would fix my problem and it's the same people and they're relating to the same things here, no luck. RIP. Let's see if Codex can figure this out. No, wrong browser. Weird. Okay, I was fully convinced this would fail. It does when you're out of order. And it still does on nightly when you're out of order too. I don't know if the nightly is out of date, but that would make no sense that the nightly has no, or is missing a feature the beta has. Try arrow functions. Arrow function does not change anything. Only changing the order changes anything. Weird. So this would be clear if like you're struggling to follow. The thing I want is I want the return type of func to be the input type, the like argument type on other func. Like whatever I return here, this ID, which is a number, I want that to come in on response metadata to be there. Man, I really thought that would work. RIP. Okay, it seems like this only is for. I found the I found the bad assumption that I didn't see before that made this not relevant to me. This is purely a difference between arrow functions and standard function definitions because standard function definitions rebind this, which they have to be sensitive to, which would cause it to type error more aggressively. I'm not getting what I want still. I'm sad. I was so excited here. Yeah. Here's what we'll do. FaZe, I want to include the fact that I was so excited here. So we're going to do this a bit different. We're going to do an interruption from the future. Theo from the future here. That was a painful deep dive. I was wrong. I do not have the thing I wanted. I, once again, know too much about TypeScript and am going mad. I am sad. I am heartbroken. And I don't want to waste your time. But if you are curious about the hell I just went through, there will be a timestamp. So if you're curious about the hell I just went through, we will continue with that. But if you would like to skip to go back to when the actual, but if you'd like to skip it and see what the actual updates are, there's a timestamp on the screen you can skip to or just skim it in the YouTube player. You know how YouTube works. I don't need to tell you that. But yeah, feel free to watch my suffering or skip it, whatever you prefer. Cool. For those who watched that whole journey, I am sorry. And for those who skipped it, welcome back. Let's talk about the next cool feature, subpath imports starting with number symbol /#. When Node added support for modules, it added a feature called subpath imports, basically a field called imports, which allows packages to create internal aliases for modules within the package. You've all seen the pattern where you have like @ that references a specific thing. This is kind of like that, but part of the JS spec. Now TypeScript understands it better. Yeah. It lets you use these custom define, or this will let you use these custom defined paths instead of all of the .. that we all often end up doing. There are solutions for this that already exist, but they tend to not transpile well because what works for TypeScript's type checker might not work for the JS you ship, and you end up doing a lot of weird things with paths. This will help resolve a ton of that. Really cool to see. And that's what we're going to see a lot of, this alignment with other specs and standards, because specs and standards matter more than ever because that's what the LLMs are going to be using. They're simplifying module resolution keys. That's huge. Stable type ordering flag, which will assist from version 6 to 7 migrations. Today, TypeScript assigns type IDs, which are internal tracking numbers, to types in the order that they are encountered, and it uses those IDs to sort union types in a consistent manner. Similar process occurs for properties. As a result, the order in which things are declared in a program can have possibly surprising effects on things like declaration emit. So if you have an input here that will return condition question mark 100 or 500. So if condition's true, we return 100. If it's false, we return 500. The output of this type that it has declared in the DTS is that this returns 100 or 500. But if you add a const of 500 above it, since the 500 occurs before the 100, it changes the order of the return type. That is a wild thing I never would have expected. Interesting. This happens because the literal type 500 gets a lower type ID than 100 because it was processed first when analyzing the const x declaration. In very rare cases, this change in ordering can even cause errors to appear or disappear based on program processing order. But in general, the main place you might notice this ordering is in the emitted declaration files or in the way types are displayed in your editor. Oh, I can see where this gets problematic. One of the big things that the Go version allows is parallel type checking. But if the order of types changes because of what order you're checking them in, that breaks. So you need more deterministic ID assignment. And that's why they have this new stable type ordering flag so that TypeScript 6 will have the same order as 7. Note that we don't necessarily encourage using this flag all the time as it can add substantial slowdown to type checking, up to 25% depending on code bases. Okay, so this is a thing that is slower in one-shot TypeScript that does everything compiled start to finish. But in a parallel version, this will enable it to be stable, so that's a good thing. I see it now. That makes sense. Cool shit. ES 2025 options, cool, overdue. Types for temporal, fuck yes, we finally have temporal. It took long enough. New types for upsert methods, aka get or insert for maps. Nice. If you have a map, you want to do things or check things, it could be more strict. Very nice to see. Oh boy, there's now an auto, or I forgot about this change. The regex standard now has a proposal for escape, which will auto escape a string so you can pass it to a regex thing like this. And now they have it included and the type checks for it accordingly. Nice. The DOM lib now has DOM iterable and async iterable. Finally, those are so useful. Then there's a pile of breaking changes here. This is actually an interesting call out. In the 2 years since TypeScript 5, we've seen ongoing shifts in how devs write and ship JavaScript. First off, virtually every runtime is now evergreen. Truly legacy environments like ES5 are vanishingly rare. Yeah, all of the things you target are going to be targeted pretty consistently. Then we have the bundlers and ESM becoming more common module targets for new projects, though CommonJS still remains a major one as well, so they can't deprecate CommonJS, but bundlers and ESM need to be handled. AMD and other in-browser userland module systems are much rarer than they were in 2012. I would expect them to deprecate it. UMD packages still exist, but virtually no new code is available only as a global variable. Yep. tsconfig.json is now universal as a configuration mechanism. Yep. Appetite for stricter typing continues to grow. Yep. These two play together very nicely, as we'll see soon. TypeScript build performance is top of mind. Despite the gains of TypeScript 7, performance must always remain a key goal, and options which can't be supported in a performant way need to be more strongly justified. You can ignore the things that TypeScript 6 deprecates, but in 7, you will not be able to get away with that because anything that 6 is deprecating will not work in 7 because they're deprecating it in 6 because they don't want to support it in the Go version. Fascinating. They call out that most projects will need to do at least one of these things, including setting the types array or setting a root directory if you were relying on it being inferred. I've had to deal with this so many times. And now we get to my favorite changes. Strict is finally true by default. This should have been a thing forever. Poor Matt Pocock had his recommended TypeScript config that basically everyone had to use as a starting point because things like this were missing. Module now defaults to ES Next, another great change. Target defaults to current year ES versions, another great change. No unchecked side effect imports is now true by default. This helps catch issues with typos and side effect only imports. Nice. This is if you're importing something that you're not using, it didn't used to actually check if it existed or not. Now it will by default. That's great. Lib replacement is now false by default. This flag previously incurred a large number of failed module resolutions for every run, which in turn increased the number of locations we needed to watch under the -- watch and editor scenarios. In a new project, lib replacement never does anything until other explicit configuration takes place, so it makes us to turn it off by default. Good shit. Root dir now defaults to the current dir, period. Previously, we didn't specify one. It was inferred based on the common directory of all non-declaration input files. This also meant it was impossible to know if a file belonged to a project without trying to load and parse the project. Awesome. Now it just is the directory you're in. That's where it should be. Types now defaults to empty array. So if you're not adding things like node, which has types like fs in it, it's not going to include that by default. Makes a lot of sense. Good changes. If you want to have types for jest, you should include that as well. But having this be empty by default is a good thing. You can also do star, which will load all of those types of generic types that were in TypeScript. I love they even have cannot find name bun in here because you have to include those otherwise. Makes sense. They deprecated ES5. Finally, this was a pre-2015 standard. Deprecated down-level iteration, which was only for ES5. Makes sense. Module resolution deprecated. AMD, UMD, and System.js values of modules. Good. Base URL being deprecated is very good. The better root path thing is significantly better. Yeah, no more base URL. Instead, you have root, and then you have custom paths that it handles much better now. Oh, there's a catch-all to replace base URL. Cool. That's a fun change. There's two strict modes. We have the strict TypeScript checker, but we also have JavaScript strict mode. And the JavaScript strict mode here was a thing you would have to tell TypeScript to not emit if you didn't want the output code to be in strict mode. Basically, everyone is shipping strict in JS now. Is just a better standard. And now they don't support it at all anymore. Cool. Good to see. Deprecated out file. The out file option has been removed from TypeScript 6. Interesting. Probably doesn't matter too much. Legacy module syntax for namespaces. Good. Namespace chaos was bad. Now you have to use the namespace keyword instead of module. Good to see. Still declare module if you have to. Interesting. The keywords on imports through asserts proposal got changed. So this asserts type JSON thing is no longer correct syntax. They moved to the with syntax. So that is not supported instead. Interesting. I didn't know this, and I'm assuming this is, again, like the changes they're making for agents. Did you know that if you run TSC on a specific file, it ignores your TS config? I didn't know that. That sucks really hard. That is now handled in TypeScript 6. Not by including the config, but by giving you an error that happened, so that, I don't know, if an agent does this, it will see that it's not using your config. Dope. Great. Things like that. Like, this is the thing I really want to drive home here, is the way the TypeScript team's thinking of TypeScript isn't what cool new features can we add. It's What error cases can we make clearer? How can we steer agents in the right direction? How can we make everything faster without breaking APIs? And what can we deprecate to make the size of everything simpler? All really good changes. And now for what we're all here for, the what's next. TypeScript 6 is feature stable, and we don't plan on any new features or breaking changes. Over the next few weeks, we'll be addressing any new issues reported on the 6.0 codebase, so we encourage you to leave feedback and report any issues that you encounter. And while the beta release is a great way to try out the next version of TS, we also publish nightly builds on NPM and in your editor, which are typically very stable. These releases can often give you a better snapshot of what issues have been fixed. We are also continuing to work on TypeScript 7. We publish nightly builds of our native previews along with a VS Code extension as well. Feedback on both 6 and 7 are much appreciated, and we encourage you to try out both if you can. Yeah, it is kind of nuts that like they have been so transparent with the TypeScript native previews that you can just go install it in your code base and it works. They are getting more and more traffic. Where is this screenshot? Yeah. Obviously, official TypeScript still in the 120 plus mil downloads a week, but TypeScript Go is already over 2 mil. It's closing fast. In the very near future, these will flip. At the very least, not like in this chart to be clear, because people aren't going to start installing the @TypeScript/native preview thing that much. But what will change is that the default TypeScript will start being the 7 version, which is written in Go, and will be much faster for everyone. And the progress has been great. Even this update's already a little out of date, but they talk about all the crazy things that they've gotten working. The key pieces that you expect, like code completion, go to definition, go to type def, go to implementation, find all reference, rename, all the things you need in your editor in particular have been figured out, which is where you'll feel the benefits the most, I would argue. No more sitting there waiting for the type to resolve. You just click it and you go. It's great. It also means that agents will get feedback through the types, or it also means agents will get feedback through the LSP significantly faster. Interesting. Things like the watch flag are less efficient than the existing TypeScript version for some scenarios. It's probably where a lot of the memory leaks I'm seeing are coming from. They also call it here, they don't intend to do a TypeScript 6.1. They might have to do patch releases under other circumstances, but TypeScript 6.0 is very much meant to be that incremental release to help people get ready for TypeScript 7. Interesting. All really good stuff to hear. I am super hyped. It is clear what their plan is with TypeScript. They want it to be faster, more reliable, better defaults, better clarity when things aren't quite what you expect, and set up for both humans to understand the results better, but more importantly, to give the right context to agents so they're less likely to make dumb things happen and more likely to do the right thing. This is a great progress. Not only is this great for TypeScript developers, I would argue that what the TypeScript team is doing is a great model for other open source projects to follow. In a world where agents are writing more and more of our code, we should be thinking less about how we're going to change our APIs and add a bunch of new features and syntax, and more about how we can give the best possible context in the shortest possible time to the agents that we're running. I know this isn't an AI video, but in the end, a lot of this directional shift is because of AI and the power and how it enables us to write code. TypeScript will almost always stay, or I personally believe that TypeScript is the best possible language for AI, and things like this are making it even better. I am so excited to keep building with TypeScript, and I hope you guys are too. Let me know what y'all think, and until next time, peace, nerds. Oh boy. Um, the libraries you're worried about are exporting types already, so that shouldn't matter. Thank you, Blue Dog, for the Prime sub. Appreciate that a ton, as well as Mike P. Funk with the Prime for a year now. Confect looks cool. Not using it. Yeah, we need to rethink the sponsors page. I've just been busy. I have a big upgrade for it planned very soon, but I've not had the time because I have literally no time. Sorry, YouTube chat. I think I got one more vid in me. I should change before this one, so I don't have the same shirt on for everything. You know, let's do a poll while I go change. One more vid. Cursor and Cloud Code are doomed. It's the problem with Cursor, Cloud Code, and Codex. That one's topic is how they started leaning into vibe code too early and have built too much tech debt as a result. GitHub is a corpse. GitHub is dead and should be dead. Do I still have the Google crash out in here? Because I kind of want to bump that up. Yeah, the Gemini vibes are off. I'm going to move this here temporarily just to force it up. And remove this and this because they're not necessarily true. Cool. So Gemini vibes are off. There are options. You guys vote for those while I go change quick. Be right back. Let's see what you nerds are making me talk about. Jesus Christ, this a perfect split across GitHub and Cursor and Claude Code. No one wants to hear me talk about how Gemini sucks. Are you kidding? Are you fucking kidding? Man, I want to do I wanted to do the Gemini crash out so bad. I've wanted to for so long. You guys already know. I get it. I understand. Not going to do the Gemini one. People voted against it. And these make more sense. You know what? I'll do this. We'll do the vibes are off. Or not the vibes are. We'll do the problem with Cursor Claude Code. Problem with Cursor Claude, etc. Cool. Let's get this up. Cool. Let's go right in. You know what? Quick tea break. I'm not going to talk about GitHub replacements, as that's a very long tangent. I can't answer quick. I just got to dive into this. Let's do it. Look at my hair a little. Cool. Feeling good enough. Let's do it. You've probably seen me shifting around my dev tools over the last few years, from Copilot to SuperMaven to Cursor to Claude Code to Codex to the Codex app and many, many more things. But I've noticed something about all of these solutions, a core problem that seems to be holding all of them back. You've probably noticed it too, but maybe not in the same way that I have, or maybe not understood the underlying problem that's causing it. To put it frankly, they all suck. Just like they're bad. I come from an era where the tools we use were so carefully, finely crafted to behave super well. And I long for the days of Sublime Text almost every day where I open up Cursor and watch it shift around my UI a whole bunch whenever I click anything, and then nothing does what it's supposed to do. You'd think with all of these AI tools making it easier than ever to write code that we'd have things that work better, right? About that. That's actually the thing I really want to talk about today. The fact that all of these tools were written with these models is not an advantage. In many ways, it's a disadvantage. The problem with Cursor, Claude Code, Codex, and all of these other tools is that they were built with those same tools. Historically, this has been a good thing. When you compile C with a C, or when you write the C compiler in C, you're able to do awesome things. When you write the C compiler in C, it makes you a good target to dog food the language, and it makes the thing that you're maintaining much easier to maintain by the users of the thing. Generally speaking, dog fooding your stuff is good. Generally speaking. And now I have to drop some controversial takes that I don't think it's the right call for a lot of these companies. In fact, I think their choice to bet on these things as early as they did might be causing them a lot of problems. This video is going to ruffle some feathers, many of which are feathers that are This video is going to ruffle some feathers, and sadly, many of those feathers belong to friends of mine, companies in my portfolio, etc. I am an early investor in Cursor. I technically have something tied to Anthropic. I don't really know because it was a scout check to Bun that now is part of Anthropic. Codex, I funny enough, have no financial tie to anything OpenAI beyond using their stuff. Regardless, there will be some bias here, and there's a good chance I'm going to piss off all of my friends at these companies by talking about these things, and So as always, account for bias. I do my best to be transparent, but I'm also about to talk about these companies in a way that is going to piss all of them off and probably get me into some trouble. So this is going to be fun. If all of my early investments are going to go to zero due to all the things I'm talking about here, I need to make sure we make some money. So we're going to take a quick break for today's sponsor before I start roasting. What you got for me here? That's actually a really good source. Thank you for grabbing that. So if we want to explain really simply the problem with Cursor, Claude Code, and Codex, simple. They suck to use. They're super inconsistent. Not just because the models are non-deterministic, but because the actual code that you're relying on is really bad. They change every day and in ways that are obnoxious. I cannot tell you how many times I've gotten the same comment on a lot of my videos. Let me just see if I can find it quick. I want to find this in my comments. Community. Here. One of the most common comments I get on my videos is, how do you get the agent and editor tabs on the nav bar in Cursor? If you're not familiar, let me make sure I don't accidentally leak in vVeris when I do this. Cool. Yeah. If you're not familiar, the cursor, or let me just find this a spot in here where we have it. If you're not familiar, Cursor has this, or if you're not familiar, Cursor had this wonderful agents editor tab toggle in the corner here where you could switch between an agent mode where you were just looking at and managing the agents and the editor was secondary, and the traditional editor mode that we all expect something like Cursor to be. I loved this, and I switched behind them all the time. I would spend most of my time in the agent mode and then switch to the editor mode when I really wanted to dig into the code. I went to soon after this launch, and this was the Cursor 2.0 launch, I went to the Cursor office to talk about a lot of the problems I was having. I was like this close to what was going to be the Cursor crash out video. I ended up ranting a lot about my problems with Cursor. It went kind of viral on Twitter. They had me to the office. They sweet talked me. They bought me some chocolate. Told me things that I'm still horrified about to this day. And then I walked off. They have made progress since. But one of the things they told me that I told them, this is fucking terrible and stupid and you should not do this, is they decided they were going to remove the agent editor toggle in favor of letting people customize it more. So instead of that, we now have all these fun buttons, these toggles, the change layout, which underneath has the agent and editor layout, but those aren't things you toggle between. Those are default template starting points for how you might want to configure your editor. And now everything's fucking broken. I switched to editor mode. I switched to agent mode. The sidebars change where they are. So here, the sidebar for the agent stuff is on the left. But when I switch to the agent mode, it ends up moving to the right. There was a hotkey to toggle between these things before. I think they changed it. But now when I do almost any of the things I did before, oh, fuck, of course I leaked my fucking email. The fact there's a one-click leak email button in the editor is enough of a reason for me to curse them out. What the fuck? And what the fuck, Cursor? I don't think there's any product that has caused me to leak my email more than fucking Cursor has. I'm very thankful I use my GitHub email, not one that actually matters, because it's leaked in half the times I've opened the fucking app. You see what's happening? I'm trying to not crash out at Cursor, both because I'm an investor and because I'm a friend of the company, and also just because crash out content isn't my favorite thing to do. But half the time I open this editor, it pisses me off. Just being real. It is falling the fuck apart. It's bad. We'll get to why in a sec, because they're not the only one where this is the case. Does anybody have the Claude Code clip where I crash out at that? Because that would be cool to show. back here before I do that. Regardless, the thing I'm trying to say is the feature that was in my video that people liked enough that they're asking for it in the comment section just got deprecated for no fucking reason at all. There's no reason to have removed the agent editor toggle. I think it is dumb that they did that. I told them in the office it was stupid that they were doing that. They did it anyways. And now I get questions all the time like, where's that button? That seems really useful. I agree. It was really useful. It fucking sucks they removed it. Okay. Calm down. Stop just raging at cursor. Just Command Q and go back to VS Code for now. Please, cursor, let me switch back. I want to. You know I want to. You gave me a bunch of credit to incentivize that I use it, and I still don't because I don't like using your editor right now. I love you. I use cursor in the browser more than I use it in the fucking IDE at this point. Anyways, if you thought my cursor crash outs were bad, wait till we start talking about Claude code. Oh, man. Poorly cropped, that's fine. We'll go with this. Will Twitch load enough that I can like go back to the original here? I know FaZe has it saved. So if I can't get back to the original because Twitch fucking is broken, like what the fuck? All of the UI is just gone. There's supposed to be a little button here. It's like, go to the original spot in the original video. Nope. Fuck no. Why would I need to use Twitch? And it's not even just Zen. It's just broken. Yeah. That's so cool, Twitch. That's so cool. We love that. Looks like fucking Twitch is vibe coded too. Oh, wait. If you just wait 10 minutes, it will eventually load the content. Oh, here we are. Pronch found it. It's the 1 hour, 56 minute mark in here. Cool. Perfect. Thank you, man. Crazy that my Twitch chat is more reliable than software nowadays. Like, humans are non-deterministic, and they're still more reliable than deterministic shit. Like, what the fuck? How do we get here? So, FaZe, you should probably just use the cut version. I want to go over this here quick, though. The fact that a CLI has even more non-deterministic bullshit behavior than a fork of a giant app like VS Code is hilarious. Like if I told you, like just seriously, imagine this. Imagine 5 years ago, somebody told you that they were moving away from IDEs and towards CLIs because they wanted something simpler and less buggy. And you had to sadly respond to them, sorry about that. The CLIs are actually more buggy. And they just stare at you like, what the fuck did you just say? The CLI is more buggy? What? What? How the fuck did we get here? And yes, this is almost certainly what I wanted, Pronch. Let me see. Is it when I pasted the image and I crashed out? Uh, 7466. How did it only touch the doc site? 4 point. That was a different one. It might be today, might be later, but I just saw this and wanted to call it out. I still rely on Claude Code for almost all my UI changes because it's better at front end. It just is. It's better at mobile app design too, desktop app design. Its design sense is stronger. But Opus 4.6 is testing my patience consistently. It was not this one. It was... Does this have the timestamp of the full original in it? Okay, 2 hours, 2 minutes is what we're looking for. 2:02. Here we are. Yeah. Obviously, something like pasting images is not going to be the most consistent thing in the world in a terminal UI, but the fact that it is so non-deterministic and broken is absurd. It's absurd enough that it caused me to just fucking lose my shit on stream last week. It just took so long. Okay. There are so many things with Claude Code that are driving me mad. What just happened there, because you don't know what keys I was pressing. when you paste an image in Claude Code, it takes time. And the images are often big enough that it has to run local compression before uploading it to their server. It doesn't block the input when that happens, and it doesn't show you that anything's happening. So I just submitted a message while it was waiting for the image to attach. It submitted without the image attached because it doesn't block or wait until it's done. We even figured this out with T3 chat in our first month. And then when it was done, it wasn't there. It didn't even show it in the little section on top here. So I repasted it and sent it. And when I sent the follow-up, are you kidding? Literally while I am explaining this, it just failed to compact. I do not get how anyone does serious work in Claude Code. It is not a serious application. It is... What the hell is going on? This model, this harness, this ecosystem feels like it is burning. What the fuck? That's the moment I decided I had to do this video. I still feel rage from that one. The amount of things that went wrong there. First off, pasting an image didn't block the input, so I accidentally submitted without the image. But it turns out if you submit a message while the image is still processing, it will silently be attached to the next thing you send. So I pasted a second image accidentally because I wanted the model to know what the UI looked like. So I pasted the screenshot again. It showed me I had one attachment. I sent, it now has two. Obnoxious. I went to go demonstrate this, pasted a third image, and before I could even send it, I hit the context limit because it failed to correctly compress the other image because of the weird race condition that existed. And as a result, the thread was dead. There was no reviving this thread. The work was gone. It died. It's over. It's done. When's the last time you used a dev tool that wasn't some crazy AI crap that like one little bug in the UI could just throw away that whole path of work and force you to restart from scratch? It's meme tier. It's fucking meme tier. I actually cannot fathom that this is how we are writing code every day now. It is absurd. Any of the anti-AI people shouldn't, like the anti-AI people should not be talking about like how, I don't know, fucking Copilot sucks or whatever the hell they were bitching about. Just come use the tools and then talk shit on this. And not even the performance. Like the performance is unacceptable. We'll get to that. But the state of the UX, the lack of consistency, the fact that it feels like I'm the only person using it because I don't see anyone else bitching about these things. It's so bad. I have yet to have an experience with Claude Code that it didn't feel like they were forcing an old broken UI into the terminal with all sorts of non-deterministic bullshit. The worst part isn't that it fails all the time. It's that it never fails the same way twice. It's a slop fest. And that's the theme I want to drive home here. All of these fucking tools committed to vibe coding way too hard, way too early. And sure, vibe coding's a slur, whatever. We all have our terms we like to use. What I'm referring to here is letting go a bit and letting the agent do its thing, steering less, coding more, and being a little too willing to accept the code that the agent made. You can say I'm exaggerating about this here, that there's no way that they actually vibe coded Claude Code. Want to fucking bet? Within Anthropic, Claude Code is quickly becoming another tool we can't do without. Engineers and researchers across the company use it for everything from major code refactors to squashing commits to generally handling the toil of coding. This was on February 24th. Wait, it's not February 24th. Oh, February 24th of last fucking year, when the best model available was Sonnet 3.7. They were already using Claude Code for the majority of their work on Sonnet 3.7. That's the problem here. Sonnet 3.7 was a very impressive model. It was able to do tool calls reliably. It was meaningfully smarter than 3.5. It could do some little UI fixes in ways that were better than before. Maybe, just maybe, if your merge conflict was simple enough, it could help you resolve it. Maybe. You cannot build a serious application with Sonnet 3.7. Let's be real here. This is the thing I want to emphasize. They committed to using AI to code too early, because they wanted to build things using AI, using the tools they were making to maximize the chance that they would make something good. Both so they could iterate faster, but also because they wanted to commit to using AI for things because they're building tools to use AI for things. And what resulted is a total fucking slop fest. To better explain this, because I know a lot of you guys have not had traditional jobs, and even for those who have, you probably were brought into a giant code base that has already existed for years. The way that code bases work over time is very interesting. If we do this as a very, very vague quality over time, the way that working in a code base tends to work is this. Initially, it does like, okay, it quickly has like a nice place. It goes down a bit, you care more, you restore it, but eventually you hit a plateau and it stops improving. And when I say quality here, I mean a lot of different things. I mean the quality of the experience users are providing. I mean the quality of the patterns that exist in the code base that we're relying on. I mean things like the packages you're using and what versions you're on of them. I mean the likelihood that you'll ever upgrade the package in the first place. If I init a new project and I'm on React 19 and a month later React 20 comes out, I'm probably going to update. If I've been using that code base for 4 years and React 20 comes out, I'm much less likely to update. Code base inertia is real. Every code base has a point in time where the quality of working in it stops improving and it stops being a focus of the team. The amount of time it takes to get there can vary a lot based on different things. I would argue, generally speaking, 3 to 6 months of focused effort from the team is what you get. And at that point, the quality of the code base is the bar that you're going to hit. Like, things can get worse. Absolutely. Believe me, things will always get worse. But the quality of your code base 6 months in is the best it will ever be. If you don't have the code base exactly how you want it and working in the way that you want to work in it at the 6 month mark, it will be a downhill ride and you will never see the light again. And I think that's what's happened to a shitload of these projects. If you were at the 6 month mark, or if the 6 month mark was a pile of vibe coded slop that you wrote with Sonnet 3.5 and 3.7, you're fucked. It's not going to get better. And this is the problem. A lot of these projects are no longer months in. They're now many years in. Claude Code is roughly a year and 3 or so months in. And it was really good for those first 6 months. It felt like it was improving consistently up until, I don't know, August-ish, September maybe. And now I've just felt the downward trend as it gets buggier, as it gets slower. It's now at the point where I'll show you my favorite one. Here, I'm just going to open Claude Code and I'm going to immediately start typing. This is me. Okay, it wasn't that bad that time. Half the time when I open Claude Code, it doesn't actually start recognizing my inputs until I'm a word or 2 words in. How the fuck is a CLI app locking the input box? This was a meme from the this happening on the web was a meme that kind of destroyed the web's reputation. The idea that your keys would be sticky, it would take too long to start showing you the changes. And now we have it in our terminals. Like, what? Apparently OpenCode's bad about this too. Let's try. Typing. Wow, I got to type a lot before I started recognizing characters. Here's what we'll do. I'm just going to run my finger like 1 to 10. I got all the way to the end, and it still wasn't recognizing inputs. That is pretty hilarious. That's what you get for getting out of that mode. They just did the database migration, so that's cool. So let's try one last time. Okay, it got to 8 and 9. Yeah. Insanity. Why are we here? How do we get here? Yeah. So, to be fair to Cursor, they have a unique challenge where they forked one of the most large. To be fair to Cursor here, they have a. Why the fuck is my computer making sounds? What the fuck even made the sound? Do one of my fucking CLIs just make a ding? It was Twitch? Fuck you, Twitch. I have kept Twitch muted for so long and it still unmutes itself. Don't worry, Ivor. You shouldn't have to worry about that. Mute forever. Things that make random sounds are the worst thing for a streaming product to include ever for any reason. I'm thankful I'm hanging with Aiden later because I will give him what he needs to strangle whoever allowed that to happen. What the fuck? Anyways. It has been muted. It will stay muted. Back to where we were. I do sympathize for the Cursor team a bit because they started with one of the most complex giant code bases and none of their engineers had worked on it before because they forked VS Code. That is a genuine difficult challenge. Taking something as big as VS Code and making meaningful changes and having to maintain it over time while also making sure to bring in whatever is needed from the actual OG code base when things are being upstreamed. That sucks. It's real difficult maintenance work. And they've now diverged so far from the original that bringing things in is basically non-viable. And honestly, it might be time to cut ties with that code base. I think it's crazy as it sounds, considering how many hundreds of engineers have had working on it for years. It might be better to wipe their hands clean and start from scratch. Maybe bring the harness over and nothing else. I don't know. I'm not in the code base. I don't know how it works. All I know is that it sucks to use. Claude Code is no fucking excuse. Claude Code was the start from scratch. But now, because the team insists that 100% of Claude Code's code is written by Claude Code, the slop fest continues to the point where it's easier to buy their core dependency of Bun and hope it can fix the hellish performance issues they've caused for themselves than it is to just unfuck what they've done. Can we take a moment to appreciate the level of absurdity there? Spending an absurd amount of money to buy one of the most talented native developers in the industry and his team, building a JavaScript runtime in Zig so they can make things more performant, acquiring that just to try and hopefully, maybe, make your CLI tool not use 2 gigs of RAM. What? How are we here? Like, the meme isn't, oh, they used React and React's bad. The meme is that they vibe coded the whole fucking thing. And now they're in a pile of slop. So what do we have so far? Codebase inertia is real. You will not top the quality of your codebase 6 months in for the rest of the time that codebase exists. Everybody who everybody who bet on these other models, everybody who bet on these models early, models like Sonnet 3.5, the old GPT models, all of these early models you could use for code, all of them slopified their shit so fast that there is no return. It just isn't worth it to have Opus or good the modern models are great. Things like Opus 4.6 and Claude, and to be clear, modern models are great. Opus 4.6 and Codex 5.3, they're miracle workers. They can do things I never would have imagined. They are much worse off trying to clean up bad patterns than they are trying to make new ones. And here is where the harsh reality is. Let's say your code base is decent. 90% of it is good. We'll have green be good. And we'll say whatever is left here, 10, 20, whatever you want to measure it as. This other section here is bad. This is your code base. Now, the code base needs to get bigger. More people are coming in, more changes are being made. The code base is quickly growing. Generally speaking, it doesn't matter if you're vibe coding, if you're using AI tools, or if you're just hiring traditional people. The code base gets copied around. The patterns used in one place will be used in others. And generally speaking, the pattern that is being used is the one that is the easiest to find and the easiest to copy. Sadly, the ones that are the easiest to find and copy are very rarely the good patterns. So what ends up happening is the good parts of your code base expand linearly, and the bad ones tend to expand exponentially. So once you have the starting point, we'll say, the point you're at that 6-month mark, the way things go for over time is that the bad parts exponentially increase and the good parts linearly increase. So you very quickly end up in a slop fest. The models accelerate this. Codex loves referencing the code base for examples to use in the work that it does. Codex will very happily copy a shit pattern from somewhere in your code base and apply it somewhere else because it thinks it passed your bar. It's in the code base. And honestly, that's fair. One of the best moments I had in my time at Twitch is when I filed my first PR to the new web repo that became the Twitch site, the rewrite in TypeScript and React, and I made some dumb changes in it. And when I was asked about those changes, because one of the people reviewing it was like, wait, why did you do that? I showed them the code example I found and the page in the docs that led me here. They were like, oh, that's really bad. This shouldn't happen anywhere. So before I even got to fix my PR, they updated the docs to no longer steer in that way, and they filed multiple PRs, removing any other place with similar patterns, so it was less likely a less experienced TypeScript dev like myself would end up in that position. The agents accelerate that. If a junior Theo can come in and make a dumb mistake because he copied code from somewhere else, the agents can make that 10 times faster. And they do. So if you're not starting from a really good spot before the agents take over your code base, you're probably a little bit fucked. And I think that's what's happening. No model can be better than the code it is starting with. And the code these things start with are garbage because a lot of it was written by worse models in the past. And I can tell you from experience that this is the case across almost everything I've worked in. That's why it was nearly exactly on that 6-month mark that I made the move away from my custom sync engine in T3 chat over to Convex, because I knew we were quickly approaching the point where we couldn't make things better in the code base. There are lots of subtle improvements you can make, like you can change your linter to be something better. You can apply a new lint rule and clean some things up. You could upgrade a library here and there. But you're never going to kill the majority. But after that 6-month mark, the majority of that code is going to stay there. It just is. And any patterns you've established already, those aren't going anywhere. So how do we fix this? How do we prevent this? How do we make our code bases pleasant at the start and stay pleasant, both for humans and more importantly, for agents? This is actually something I feel somewhat qualified in specifically because I would have to do this a lot. Not because every other coder was bad and I was good, but because I cared a lot about velocity and developer experience. And those things tend to line up really well with the quality of the code base. Not that going faster means the code base is better, actually kind of the opposite. The code base being really well built and laid out makes it easier to make changes fast. So the first thing, optimizing for ease, clarity, and speed. Really trying to make patterns in your code base established early that are easy to make contributions to, that are clear in what they do, and are fast to change. Ideally, a small change should only have to touch a small number of files, and a big change should probably have to touch a big number of files. Common mistake I see is people architecting their code base, so big changes are simple, and as a result, the small changes end up being really, really complex. So common. If small changes and big changes take the same amount of effort, you fucked up both sides. And this is so common. This is also why things like Tailwind are so cool, because it reduces the number of services that have to be hit to make a change. This is also why things like GraphQL are bad, because you have to touch way more shit to just add a little bit of information to your UI. So optimizing your code base so that it is easier to understand what's going on, clearer as well, and fast to make contributions to is great. But there are parts of this but there's a bigger piece here that I really want to emphasize. Tolerate nothing. If a bad pattern makes it in, it will multiply. Bad code multiplies way, way faster than good code does, because the bad code wouldn't have made it in if it wasn't convenient. Bad code and convenient code have a lot of overlapping characteristics, but bad code multiplies too aggressively to ever let it in. You have to be strict about this. You can't make the exception of, well, we need to hit this deadline, so we know this is slow, but we'll fix it later. Later is another word for never in the software development world. You're not going to fix the thing. So don't tolerate it. Don't let it in the code base. And along those lines, if you do stumble upon something bad, if you do find something in the code base that smells, don't hesitate. Don't look into the history. Don't question why it's there. Murder it with intensity. There is no room in our code bases for slop. It spreads too fast. If you do happen to stumble upon it, drop everything to kill it. I don't care what deadline gets missed. I don't care what manager is mad. I don't care what agent is insisting that it's totally fine. If it smells, it is bad, and if it is bad, it should be removed. No tolerance. This does mean you have to pay more attention a bit. Not that you have to read every line of code, but you need to keep an eye on the general patterns that your code base is evolving. How are these things interacting with each other? What are the methods they use to define things? How concisely can they describe things? A simple litmus test for this is ask an agent how a feature works. If it can give you a good answer in under 3 minutes, you're probably fine. If it takes more than 5 minutes to search things and doesn't give you a good answer, either of those things being the case, honestly, throw it out. You'll start to build an intuition for this, not just by reading the code, but seeing how long it takes for agents to complete the code. If you ask an agent to do something that should be simple, and it takes longer than it should, you know something is off and you need to go fix it. Something I was known for in my time at Twitch was what I referred to as sledgehammer style development. When I came into something that wasn't working how it was supposed to, it was often significantly easier to just remove it and start again than it was to try and fix the thing that was broken. The reason that wouldn't work is because it was too expensive to reproduce it. If you wanted to throw out 5,000 lines of code, good luck, because the average engineer writes between 10 and 100 a day. It's going to take you 50 days to replace it all. What if it didn't? What if you could write the thing correctly in a few hours instead? Here's where we get into how we can actually do this right now. A lot of these problems are because AI accelerated natural problems in code bases. More devs are maintaining bigger code bases and they're looking at the code less. If I was to just do my job as a manager, this can happen the same exact way without AI. If I write this code base, I get it to a decent state, and then I let my team take it over, and I don't code review too closely, I let them do their thing, tech debt starts to pile up. Bad patterns start to clone and appear all around the code base. And then it all collapses. I've had to learn patterns to address this as a manager already, and those same patterns apply here. But there is one big difference. You don't have to feel bad telling the agent it did things wrong. It fucking sucks and needs to fix it. God, if some of my fucking chat, or if some of my logs with, if my logs with Claude Code were to go public, I would probably be institutionalized for some of the things I've said to it. I am not rude to my employees. I go very out of my way for that. I don't even raise my voice to my team. The thought makes me feel sick, genuinely. But when shit fucking sucks, you need to yell about it sometimes. And it's really nice to yell at it. And it feels kind of nice to yell at the agent when it fucks up. But more importantly, you can give the agent shit work. No one wants to be the person to upgrade a 5+ year old code base to modern patterns The agent will do it. Nobody wants to port this old internal service that 15 people at the company use, but the agent will do it. The cost of sledgehammers has gone down exponentially. Historically, it just wasn't worth it to delete the 5,000 lines of code and replace it because it was too expensive to replace it. Now it's not. You do need to make sure the new solution is well aligned. But if you can find the right compartmentalized pieces of your code base that are worth sledgehammering and rebuilding, it is. Or it's absolutely worth it now. And I've been doing this a bunch. There have been many places in many of my code bases where I was like, this just fucking sucks. Can we rewrite this? And it worked. It's crazy. And I'm not saying that these new models are magically able to never produce slop. If your code base has a lot of slop in it, the models will reproduce it faster than your engineers can. And both can already do it quite fast. But if you do a good job of planning with the model, speccing out exactly what you want, because this is probably the thing the new models are significantly better at, is planning and conversations. Spend a bunch of time in the back and forth with the model. Write a better plan. Tell the model, this sucks. I want to delete this entire folder. Let's work together to make a better version. What would it look like? Maybe you have some ideas. Maybe you have some syntax or patterns or an API definition that you know would be better. Write it out with the model. Go back and forth. At the end, you have a markdown document that you can read and determine, is this good or is this bad? And once you've decided if this makes sense or doesn't make sense, you can tell it to go build. And as long as you have a good enough plan in place before you start that piece, it will probably come out okay. Will it be as good as handwritten code by a human? Depends a lot on the human. I would argue the average human is a worse engineer than the average model at this point. I have not hired many engineers in my career that are better than Codex 5.3. Hired a few, they're hard to find. But they all make mistakes. They all have the same problems. And we need to build systems that prevent that. So again, for letting the AI help, first point is spend way more time in plan mode. Helps a ton. Just working with the model to make sure there's a good plan, that everything in the plan sounds good to you. Just take the time. You'll be amazed at what it can do. And actually read the plan. I know a lot of people aren't reading the plan anymore. Depends on the size of the change and how much you care. But if you want to make sure this code base is maintainable over time, treat it accordingly. Next, and hopefully this was obvious by now, use the latest stuff. If you're still using Opus, or if you're still using Sonnet 4 because your company hasn't approved Opus 4.5 yet, make them approve it or get a real job. Like, the companies that don't understand this are so fucked. Similar to this, throw away way more code. I find most engineers are still too attached to code and are scared to throw away the 5,000 or 10,000 lines. Don't be. Aggressively toss it. If any part of you is telling you I should probably delete this thing, you probably should have deleted it a month ago. Most engineers have this bar really poorly configured where they try too hard to fix the code instead of replacing the code. And on that note, actually, don't be afraid to branch off. What I mean by this is that I've seen a lot of times where a code base has too many things in it that don't really belong in that code base. This often happens because of things like it's too hard to deploy this thing again somewhere else, so we're just going to stuff all the features into version 1. Silly example of this. I'm a Twitch streamer. I'm mostly a YouTuber, but I do actually stream on Twitch. I'm live right now with my audience filming this video. I used to work at Twitch. I was working on safety at Twitch. I was building the internal safety platform, and I was also helping build the core Twitch site. We had a really bad incident where one particular game was being spammed with horrible, terrible, nasty things. The category had a bunch of fake streamers spinning up and streaming vile shit. At the time, the internal safety tools did not have a way to review things pre-report. The point of the internal tools was to review reports, not to review live streams as they were live, which meant that there was no way for our safety moderators, admins, internal safety tooling team to easily go through a category and ban a bunch of different content creators. Yes, this was the artifact incident. God, the word artifact still haunts me to this day from how fucked up this incident was. We needed a way to set up our admins to quickly ban streamers in this category if they were doing nasty stuff. You could easily see just browsing the category if they were actually playing the game or not. The Twitch safety team needed a way to deal with this. And the proposal I was given was to add a permaban button that only admins could click in the main Twitch site. So if an admin was signed in on Twitch, they could just scroll through a category and have a one-click insta-ban. I immediately jumped on that and said, are you fucking kidding? We're never exposing the internal permaban endpoint to the public fucking Twitch code base. Are you joking? No, never. And obviously, like, a normal user can't hit it because it required the elevated auth of the global mods and admins. But the code even making it into the main site was horrifying. And regardless of all of the potential security safety implications here, the code smell. To have a custom code path that only applies to 10 to 15 people in a code base that serves millions a day. No, we're not building a feature for 10 to 15 people in a code base that serves millions. You're fucking joking. Just like basic tech debt math tells you to not do that. But these types of proposals, to this day, are very common. Why don't we just add the feature really quick? Well, it probably belongs in its own code base, right? Well, then we have to go link it to all the right dependencies. We have to get permission from the team to deploy it. We have to host it. We have to figure out all these pieces. We have to init it. Like, making the new project to do this one-off thing just wasn't worth it all the time. Thankfully, in this case, I had enough ownership over the internal safety tools as well as enough familiarity with the external ones that I was able to recreate the channel and thankfully, for this particular instance, I had enough ownership of the internal code base and enough familiarity with the external one that I knew I could quickly recreate the category browser in the internal tool to make it easier for the admins to ban people from it. So that's what I did, and it ended up working fine. But I had to go do that. And I had to fight my team the whole time, telling them, sorry, like, I know this is going to take slightly longer. It's not going to take that much longer, and it's not going to be a huge risk. We need to do it this way. And the only reason they let me, by the way, it wasn't even the internal versus external thing or the security or any of that. It was because the external core Twitch site only deployed once a day at around 1 p.m., if I recall. So we were going to have to get exceptions for them to redeploy it just for this one button to be added for the admins. But our internal tool, I could deploy whenever I wanted. So it was a deployment architectural thing where the internal deployment was slightly easier because I owned it. That was the only reason that this button didn't end up in the public code base. So why the fuck did I just go down this tangent? Hear me out. All of the reasons, 100% of the reasons to put that in the existing code base for the public Twitch site instead of making a new thing or putting it in the internal thing instead, 100% of those are gone. It is easier than ever to build a new code base. It is easier than ever to port features from code base A to code base B. It is easier than ever to get things deployed and shipped. There's no more excuse. And I find a lot of these nasty code bases are because of things making it in that don't belong. I would guarantee that I would be blown away if the Claude code base wasn't full of deprecated features that were hidden under feature flags and never shipped, things that are specific to old models that no one's using anymore, integrations with systems that don't exist, internal tools that they use themselves that aren't part of the external code that they don't want other users having. I would be floored if less than 50% of the code base for Claude Code was stuff like that. And you have to fight that instinct. You need to push back when things don't belong in the code base. The number of code bases we all have in our lives should 10x over the next year. I went from actively working in 2 to 3 code bases to like 40. And yes, there's a lot of context to manage. Yes, there's a lot of things going on. But the harsh reality is that most of those code bases, once they do the one thing, don't have to be touched. The same way that the shitty folder in another code base doesn't have to be touched. The problem comes when you have to do anything with that big code base. If you have the one major code base that matters, like in this case, the Twitch site, doing an upgrade to the React version should not require an internal tool that no one's used for 2 years to be bumped as well. If you build a strong discipline here, if you get good at keeping unrelated things out of that code base, just making new modules, making new repos, making new projects for the things that don't need to be in your main code base, suddenly maintenance becomes way less miserable. And I know for a fact that is not how any of these things have worked. Cursor keeps adding things into Cursor. They keep building on top of the mess, and the result is an unstable shit show. Claude Code is a slop fest, constantly building on top of itself with things that no one uses and they don't even need anymore. Fight that urge. Push to keep things out. Make it easier for your team to do this as well. If it's too hard to deploy a new service, fix that. It should be easy for anyone at your company to deploy a new internal service to a new internal URL or subdomain. It should be trivial. If it's hard for your code base to spin up a new repo on your internal GitHub Enterprise or whatever shitty source solution you're using instead, fix it. It should be trivial for anyone in your company to spin up and deploy 10 new code bases in a day. The ages have made everything else easy. If that part is why you're blocked, fix it. Incentivize new project creation instead of old project slopification. If it's not essential to the features that the majority of your users are using it for, make it something else. And the most important final piece here, ask questions. Specifically, ask the AI agent when it's doing work, what is it doing? Why is it doing it? Where did it get this idea from? Why does it think this thing matters? Why did you choose to go down this path? If you ever notice the agent doing something wrong, there is a reason for it. These are non-determinism machines. Like, it's never going to do the same thing twice, but it's going to do them close enough, and the reasons are going to be relatively consistent. If it did this thing wrong, figure out where it got the idea from. If it came from your code base, eliminate it. If it came from your Claude MD, fix it, adjust it. The problem with these tools is that they didn't have this diligence because they were too focused on how fast can we ship and not how well can we ship. And I feel this deeply. I feel it so deeply that I bullied Cursor into doing a month of no new features and just cleaning up the slop. And honestly, some of these code bases probably need to just be reset from scratch. There's a project I think about a lot, and you guys are going to think I'm insane for going down this rabbit hole, but just hear me out, guys. There's a game called Vampire Survivors. Many of y'all may have heard of this game before. Vampire Survivors was originally based on a shitty mobile slopware game where you would just walk around in circles and a gun would auto shoot and destroy monsters until you eventually couldn't finish them all off and you would die. Fun fact about Vampire Survivors. It was written in Phaser.js in the browser. But you might see to the right there, Vampire Survivors for Nintendo Switch. The Switch version, or the Nintendo Switch, is not a competent console. When it came out with a processor that was already over 2 years old. The RAM speeds are slower than most hard drives are. Not SSDs, hard drives. The Switch was a shit piece of hardware. there was no world in which they were going to get the Phaser.js version along with a full JavaScript engine running in even vaguely a performant way for the Switch. So they rewrote it in C++. That became the Vampire Survivors console version. That is now also the version you get on Steam, as far as I know. I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure the Steam version is also in C++. The lead dev does not know C++. He hired a couple additional developers to join in and port the game to other systems. But here's where things get real fun. When the creator of the game wants to build a new feature for the game, test out new ideas, play with things, and just improve the game, he doesn't do it by editing things in the C++ code base. He does it by slopping away in his giant shit show of Phaser.js for the browser. And once he has it in a good enough state where he feels like the game plays well, he hands that off to the team to go build it in the real code base. They're maintaining two code bases in parallel. One version, the web version, the Phaser.js version, is the one that the game designer and creator uses to figure out what does and doesn't work, to iterate on ideas, to improve the game. And once that version has things figured out well, the team is assigned the task of porting it to the polished, refined, reliable C++ edition. I think we're going to see more of this going forward. I do legitimately believe the future is going to look something like this, where you maintain two or maybe even more versions of a given code base. Maybe you use the vibe code slopware tools to make something that works and test out theories. Maybe you even ship that version to some users to see how they react to that. I've already seen this happen in the past, doing things like using framer mocks to test ideas out for users. What if we did this more sincerely? What if we did this as part of our actual design methodology? What if we thought about building through slop as a way to test ideas, and then we use more established engineering practices to turn those ideas into good, reliable product? What if Cursor just cut their losses, treated the existing code base as the Slopfest version, used that to prototype ideas, play with things, and then started from scratch a new version where they would port over the parts that matter and leave behind all of the slop that doesn't? It's suddenly way cheaper to do that. Maintaining the same code base twice, once as an internal version for prototyping and once as an external version for actual usage, sounds insane and would not have made any sense at all in the past. I think it's starting to. I don't know if this is actually going to be a thing. I don't know if this is going anywhere. But I think it's a viable path for the companies that are in this place where they've slopped themselves into a corner and they need to get out of it, but they don't want to lose the iteration speed and the experimentation that they can do in the Slopfest edition. I think this might make sense. And we're even considering dog fooding it ourselves for some fun things we're cooking over at T3. I see Julius has been cooking with all things T3 code since we went live. He already seems to have added hotkeys since. If all goes well, this will hopefully be out by the time this video is. Might not be the case. But we have been deep in the creation of T3 code, which is meant to be a much more stable way to interact with these agents. And this might end up being the first time we test out that theory, where we have a vibe-coded slop version, and poor Julius is stuck with the task of making it actually work reliably. We effectively already work this way, where I'll put up a slop PR that makes the feature work, that shows what my intentions are and what I expect it to do, and then my team will go and build it correctly. Half or more of my PRs on T3 chat don't get merged, even pre-AI, because I built a lot of these things to show the UX, feel it, see if it works right, and if it doesn't, retry and do it again. And then my team would be stuck with the horrible task of making that an actual good, reliable feature. Happened all the time. The amount of times my shit PRs have been trumped by Julius is genuinely hilarious. AI is only accelerating it. I think there might be something here. This idea of maintaining 2 versions of the code base, or at least throwing away a lot of the code that you're using, knowing that you're writing a ton of code to test ideas, not to ship. Instead of measure twice, cut once, one of my favorite phrases ever, maybe it's file twice, merge once. Maybe it's file 10 PRs, merge once. But the idea that like code is cheap, so we should merge all of this cheap code, terrible, horrible, nasty. It's resulted in the hell that we're in today. Maybe these tools, as useful as they are good for vetting ideas. And then the final version we end up committing gets a little bit more care in the approach. Maybe. Or maybe the model just gets so good that none of this matters and they can rewrite everything from scratch anyways. Who knows? All of this can go anywhere. This is all speculation about patterns that may or may not work. My experience from maintaining large code bases and all that and more. I don't get anybody who says that engineering skills don't matter. I've never felt like my skills are being pushed to their limits more than they are today. There's opportunity for good engineers to do great things now, and I hope that this absurd rant helps you understand why, and also maybe helps you understand why all of these slop fests are so miserable to work in and maintain. I don't see a future where the existing Cursor and Claude code bases become nice to work in or nice to use the results of. I do see one where they're treated as the slop fest they are. A new, better thing is built from scratch, and as a result, they have a better app. But I really don't see a future where Claude Code, the code base, gets better. I see a world where Claude Code, the executable, gets better because a new code base is used to serve it. No idea where this will all go. I just wanted to complain a bunch. I appreciate y'all for listening. I hope that this helps you maintain code bases a bit better and maybe, at the very least, vent your frustrations with these existing tools a little better too. It's never been more important to maintain your code bases well because the agents are more than happy to tear them to shreds. Let me know what y'all think about this or if I'm just going mad. Until next time, peace, nerds. I think that video came out way better than I expected. So this pattern was started by Claude, not by Cursor. WorkOS, Clerk, and Shoe are all great options. Obviously, Shoe's not quite there yet, but coming soon. Oh, peace, Maria. We're wrapping up anyways. Thank any subs I missed what we're doing that one. Think I got you, F Bombastic. Thank you for the tier 1 regardless. Brave Grumpy with the Prime. All the cheers from Gamer Girl. Trying to break the audio stuff. CJE. A lot of work to get old code bases cleaned up. For example, we still have some SCSS, fetching and MobX stories, etc. that even codecs can't port without introducing bugs. AgentMD helps, but you never make it back to Greenfield for any real large code base unless it's someone's job. Yep, totally agree. We got Grim Jen here with the 4 months of support. Appreciate that a ton. We've been going for almost 6 hours straight with no breaks other than when I put on a shirt. I need to wrap up, Turb. I'm sorry, man. I mean, generally the rule with equity is 10 to 50% for founders, less than 1% for early employees. Everything between is a little bit weird. 2 to 3% to 10% as CTO is normal. Not normal in the sense that like it's normal to get that much equity, but if you're hiring a CTO, up to 10% equity makes sense. Dilution can be weird. Everything else can be weird. The likelihood that your percentage triples over any amount of time is really low. If you like the team, do it. If you like the founder, you can see yourself working with them for years, and you like the product and you have good faith in them, do it. If you don't, don't. The equity difference here and all of that should not be what matter. You should trust the CEO to make it right with you. If you don't trust them to not fuck you, don't do it. That's it. Yosipa Parker with the 11 months. Thank you all again. Let's figure out who we're rating. Let me say bye one last time over to YouTube chat. Sorry I've neglected you guys a bit, but it's been a chaotic day. Yeah, shoo.dev. Coming soon. Let's figure out who is getting the raid today. It's tempting to throw you guys at Green Suiji. He is just absolutely fucking killing it. And then I'm doing the Green Suiji raid. Greatest speedrunner of all time. He absolutely broke a game that is younger than him, or that is older than him. The game is older than he is, and he is now the king of Super Mario 64. I even like Mario 64 that much. I just have so much respect for this kid. Have fun with him. Keep an eye on the channel. Lots of fun things coming. Goodbye, nerds. And goodbye to YouTube as well. Okay, nothing's working. There we go.